That night, the ocean off Metroville's coast lay still, as if holding its breath for something about to happen. Waves lapped gently, rhythmically. City lights from the distant shoreline flickered across the water's surface like fallen stars. No wind, no unusual sounds, only the quiet of a world deep in sleep. Then the sky screamed. Not a sound anyone could hear with ears alone. It was something felt in the chest, in the bones of frequency that made the air itself feel wrong. The darkness above twisted, and for half a second a seam of white-red light tore across the night like fabric ripping at its weakest point. The tear pulsed once, twice, then contracted violently back into nothing. Silence rushed back in, but it wasn't the same silence as before. Something fell. The impact hit the ocean 3 miles offshore. No explosion, no fireball, just a column of water that shot upward as if the sea had been punched from below. 30 feet high, 40. The displaced water hung in the air for a moment that seemed too long suspended against gravity before crashing back down in a ring of white foam that spread outward in perfect circles. On the shore, a jogger stopped mid-stride, staring. A fisherman packing up his gear for the night looked up from coiling his line. Neither of them saw what caused it. Neither of them saw anything at all. But 200 miles above the Earth, a private satellite owned by DevTech Industries captured everything. In a monitoring room that never slept, a technician's coffee cup paused halfway to his lips. His eyes locked on the screen where thermal imaging showed an anomaly signature unlike anything in the database. Not a meteor, not a crashed aircraft. The heat signature was all wrong, the trajectory impossible, and the energy dispersal made no sense according to any physics he'd studied. He reached for his phone with a hand that wasn't quite steady. 3 minutes later, Winston Deaver stood in that same monitoring room, still wearing his evening suit from a charity gala he'd left without explanation. He watched the playback once, twice. On the third viewing, he leaned forward and something shifted in his expression. Not fear. Not quite excitement either. Something closer to recognition, though he'd never seen anything like this before. "Playback from coastal cameras," he said quietly. "All of them. And get me the film crew, the legal team. I want eyes on this before anyone else does. Before the government wakes up." Around him, screens flickered to life. Footage from security cameras, traffic cams, the few operational weather stations still recording at this hour. Most showed nothing. A flash of light, perhaps. A brief distortion. But one camera mounted on a decommissioned lighthouse that no one had bothered to remove caught something else. A figure walking out of the ocean. The resolution was poor, the distance too great for detail, but the shape was unmistakable. Human, or human-shaped. Walking with steady, unhurried steps through waist-deep water, as if returning from an evening stroll rather than falling from the sky. No stumbling. No signs of injury or disorientation. Winston's fingers drummed once against the edge of the console, a habit from his childhood, when he was thinking 3 steps ahead. He saw it clearly now, the shape of what could be. What this could mean for everything they'd been building. For the fragile new world where supers were legal again, accepted again, but still watched with nervous eyes by a public that remembered too much destruction, too much collateral damage. "Sir," the technician's voice pulled him back. "Should we alert the authorities?" Winston didn't answer immediately. On the screen, the figure had reached the beach. For a moment, just a moment, it stood still. And Winston could almost feel the weight of that gaze, even through the grainy footage, as if whoever or whatever this was could see through the camera, through the miles, directly into this room. Then the figure looked up. Not at the sky, not at the city. Up, as if speaking to something or someone that existed in a space beyond sight, beyond normal comprehension. And when the figure spoke, no microphone caught the words. But Winston found himself leaning closer to the screen anyway, straining for something he knew he wouldn't hear. "I've come to help them." The words appeared as a caption from the lip-reading AI uncertain, flagged with a low confidence score. But Winston didn't need high confidence. He could feel the weight of that statement, the way it hung in the digital air of the monitoring room. Not, "I need help." Not, "Where am I?" "I've come to help them." Winston smiled then, the kind of smile that had closed billion-dollar deals and launched new divisions of his company. The kind of smile that meant he'd already seen the finish line while everyone else was still looking at the starting blocks. "Get me a helicopter," he said. "And someone find me everything we have on unregistered supers in the database. Every single one." He turned away from the screens, already pulling out his phone, already composing the message that would wake up his entire PR division. Because this was the opportunity they'd been waiting for, without knowing it. A super appearing from nowhere, powerful enough to survive whatever that entry had been, and by all appearances, offering help. The public would eat it up. The government couldn't move fast enough to get in his way. And if everything went according to plan by morning, DevTech would have the answer to a question the world didn't even know it needed to ask. Behind him, the screens continued their surveillance. The figure on the beach remained motionless for another minute, then began walking toward the lights of Metroville with measured, purposeful steps. Not fast, not slow, just inevitable, like dawn breaking or tides changing. In the monitoring room, someone whispered, "What do you think it is?" Winston didn't turn around. He was already out the door, already moving, already building the story in his mind. The story of how a new hero came to save a world that had just learned to accept heroes again. The story of power applied with precision and care. The story that would make everyone feel safe. But if he'd stayed, if he'd watched the footage one more time with careful eyes, he might have noticed something the AI had flagged but not prioritized. A secondary anomaly in the atmospheric data. A reading that suggested the tear in the sky hadn't closed completely. That somewhere up there in the darkness beyond the satellites and the stars, anyone could see with naked eyes. Something had heard the call. And something was listening. The ocean returned to its rhythm. The city slept on unaware. And in a monitoring room in DevTech Industries, screens full of data scrolled past, recording everything, understanding nothing. The world had changed. It just didn't know it yet. The morning sun filtered through the kitchen windows of the Parr household with the kind of gentle warmth that suggested nothing in the world could possibly go wrong. Helen stood at the counter assembling sandwiches with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this exact routine 1,000 times. Dash sat at the table, one leg bouncing with barely contained energy, even while sitting still shoveling cereal into his mouth between glances at his phone. Violet picked at her toast, her dark hair falling forward to hide whatever expression she wore. Jack babbled happily in his high chair, occasionally phasing through his bib when no one was looking. Bob read the newspaper, or pretended to. His eyes kept drifting to the headline he'd already read 3 times, "Mystery Super Saves Cruise Ship in Record Time." "You're going to burn a hole through that paper if you stare any harder," Helen said without turning around. Bob grunted. "Just says here some new super showed up. Real powerful, apparently. Stopped a ship from capsizing in 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Dash looked up impressed. That's fast. That's efficient, Helen corrected, finally turning with the sandwich plate. She set it down with perhaps more force than necessary. Very efficient. Very convenient timing, too, given the vote on the new super regulations is next week. Violet glanced up, interested now. You think it's staged? I think, Helen said carefully, that timing matters in this business. And when someone this powerful shows up right when public opinion could swing either way, it's worth asking questions. Bob folded the newspaper with a snap that made Dash jump. Maybe he's just trying to help. That's what we do, right? We help people. The slight emphasis on "we" hung in the air for a moment. Helen met his eyes and something passed between them. The kind of silent conversation that came from years of marriage and shared battles. Before either could say more, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Violet said, already standing, already fading from visibility out of habit, before catching herself and solidifying again. Through the frosted glass of the front door, a silhouette waited. Tall, composed, wearing what looked like an expensive suit, even through the distortion. Violet opened the door to find a young man with perfectly styled hair and a smile that seemed calculated to inspire confidence without appearing threatening. Good morning, he said. I'm looking for Mr. and Mrs. Parr. My name is Winston Deaver. The name meant something. Violet had heard it on the news, seen it attached to the DevTech logo that seemed to appear everywhere these days. Technology. Media. The company that had spearheaded the campaign to make supers legal again after the ban was lifted. The company that had cameras in half the cities in the country, all supposedly for better emergency response and super coordination. Mom, Violet called back into the house. Someone's here for you. Helen appeared first, wiping her hands on a dish towel Bob closed behind. Their postures shifted when they saw Winston, subtle but noticeable. Not hostile exactly, but guarded. The stance of people who'd learned the hard way that smiling faces often wanted something. Mr. and Mrs. Parr, Winston said, extending a hand. I apologize for the early visit. I know you're not scheduled to be at DevTech until this afternoon, but something's come up. Something I thought you should know about before the press briefing. Press briefing. Bob's eyebrows rose. May I come in? This will take a few minutes, and I'd rather not discuss it on your doorstep. Helen's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but she stepped aside. Of course. Can I offer you coffee? Thank you, no. I've had 3 cups already this morning. Winston followed them into the living room, somehow making even the act of sitting down look like a calculated move. He placed a slim tablet on the coffee table between them. I'll get straight to it. Last night, at approximately 11:47 p.m., our satellite network detected an atmospheric anomaly over the Pacific Ocean 3 miles off the Metroville coast. He tapped the tablet. Footage appeared. Grainy dark, but clear enough to see the column of water erupting skyward. Clear enough to see the figure walking out of the ocean afterward. Bob leaned forward. Helen went very still. Who is he? Bob asked. He calls himself Omni-Man. As far as we can determine, he's not in any super registration database, historical or current. No prior incidents, no records. He simply appeared. People don't just appear, Helen said quietly. No, Winston agreed. They don't. Which is why I'm here. The government doesn't know about this yet. Won't know for at least another few hours, maybe more if we're lucky. But they will know. And when they do, they're going to have questions, concerns. You remember how it was when the program first started? How careful we all had to be. You're asking us to vouch for someone we've never met, Helen said. It wasn't a question. Winston's smile never wavered. But something in his eyes sharpened. I'm asking you to meet him first. This morning. Before anyone else does. before the narrative gets written by people with agendas. And you don't have an agenda. Bob's tone carried an edge. My agenda, Winston said, is keeping supers legal and accepted. That's what DevTech has worked towards since day one. And I think you'll agree that having another powerful, responsible super showing up to help is exactly what we need right now. Assuming, of course, that he is responsible. The weight of that last word settled over the room. Violet, still standing near the doorway where they'd forgotten she was listening, watched Winston's face. There was something in the way he spoke, something that reminded her of salespeople at the mall, who smiled with their mouths but not their eyes. Not dishonest exactly, just very, very practiced. Where is he now? Helen asked. DevTech campus. Medical wing, though. He hasn't needed any treatment. He agreed to wait until I could arrange this meeting. Winston stood collecting his tablet. I have a car outside. The briefing is scheduled for noon, which gives us a few hours to make introductions. To see if he's someone we want standing beside us when the cameras turn on. Bob and Helen exchanged another look at a silent conversation happening again. Then Bob nodded slowly and stood. Give us 10 minutes to change. Of course. Winston moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. When you meet him, when you talk to him, pay attention to how he responds to questions about his past, about where he's from. He's been very polite so far, very cooperative. But there's something about the way he answers that feels rehearsed. I can't quite put my finger on it. After Winston left the house, fell into a different kind of silence. Helen disappeared upstairs. Bob stood in the middle of the living room, staring at nothing in particular, his hands flexing and unflexing at his sides. You don't trust him? Violet said. Bob looked at her, seeming to register her presence for the first time. Winston, I don't know him well enough to trust or not trust. I meant the new guy. Omni-Man. Bob's jaw worked for a moment. I don't know him either. But you don't like that he's more powerful than you. The words came out before Violet could stop them, and for a second she wished she could turn invisible and stay that way. But Bob didn't get angry. He just looked tired, suddenly older than he had at breakfast. When I was fighting supers, he said slowly, when that was my whole life, I was the strongest person in almost every room I walked into. That mattered. It meant I could protect people, could stop the bad guys, could keep everyone safe. He met her eyes. I'm not the strongest anymore. Hasn't been true for a while. So no, I don't like it. But not liking it and not trusting him are different things. Helen came back down already in her supersuit, the red fabric catching the morning light. She tied her hair back, her expression set in that focused mask Violet recognized from missions. Not afraid, but not relaxed either. Ready. Kids, Helen said. You stay here. We'll be back this afternoon. But Mom, Dash started. No arguments. This is work. She softened slightly. We'll tell you everything when we get home. Promise. They left through the front door, Bob still in his civilian clothes, carrying his suit in a bag. Winston's car waited at the curb, a sleek black vehicle with tinted windows. Through the glass, Violet watched them get in, watched the car pull away smoothly into morning traffic. She stood there long after they'd disappeared from view, her reflection staring back at her from the window. Behind her, Dash had already returned to his cereal, the excitement over. Jack babbled something incomprehensible from his high chair. But Violet stayed at the window, a feeling she couldn't name settling in her chest like cold water. Something about the footage Winston had shown them, something about the way that figure had walked out of the ocean so calm, so unhurried as if falling from the sky was the most natural thing in the world. She pulled out her phone and searched for Omni-Man, but found nothing. No social media. No news articles before this morning, no history at all. Just a name attached to a shape in the darkness walking toward their world. With steady, purposeful steps. The morning sun continued to shine through the windows, warm and bright, and completely unaware that anything had changed. But something had. Violet could feel it. The Dev Tech campus sprawled across 15 acres of prime real estate on the edge of Metroville, all glass and steel, and carefully maintained green spaces that looked more like a tech company's vision of a park than actual nature. Security checkpoints dotted the perimeter, discreet but present. Cameras tracked every angle, every approach. This was a place that believed in control, in knowing exactly what happened within its borders, at all times. Winston led Bob and Helen through a private entrance, bypassing the main lobby with its soaring atrium and inspirational quotes etched into the walls. They rode an elevator in silence, ascending to a floor marked only with the letter M. Medical? Bob asked. Multi-purpose? Winston corrected. Medical meeting rooms, some of our more sensitive research labs. We keep this floor restricted. The elevator opened onto a hallway that felt more like a hospital than an office building. White walls, soft lighting, the faint smell of antiseptic. But also, artwork, comfortable chairs, windows that let in natural light. A place designed to be clinical without being cold. Winston stopped at a door near the end of the hall. He's in here. I should mention when you first see him, try not to react too strongly. His appearance is, well, you'll see. He opened the door. The room beyond was large, set up like a conference room with a long table and chairs. But one wall was entirely windows looking out over the city. Standing at those windows, hands clasped behind his back, was the man from the footage. Except man felt inadequate. He was tall, broadly built in a way that suggested immense physical power, held in perfect control. His suit was red and white form-fitting with a stylized emblem on the chest that looked almost like a letter, but wasn't quite any letter from any alphabet Bob recognized. Dark hair graying at the temples, a mustache that belonged to an older era when men wore such things without irony. And when he turned to face them, his eyes were calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that came from someone who'd never had reason to doubt their ability to handle any situation. Mr. and Mrs. Parr, the man said. His voice was deep controlled with an accent that was almost American, but not quite. Like someone who'd learned English from recordings and spoken it perfectly without ever quite absorbing the regional variations. Thank you for coming. My name is Nolan. Nolan Grayson. Though I understand most people are calling me Omni-Man now. He didn't offer to shake hands, just stood there waiting with a patience that felt absolute. Bob stepped forward first, his competitive instinct overriding his caution. Bob Parr, Mr. Incredible. This is my wife, Helen, Elastigirl. I know who you are, Nolan said. I've been studying the news reports since I arrived. Your family has done impressive work making supers accepted again. Winston says you just appeared last night, Helen said. No preamble, no pleasantries. Straight to the question that mattered. Where are you from? Originally. Nolan turned back to the window. Very far from here. A place where power and responsibility were understood differently. But I've been traveling for some time, looking for somewhere I could make a difference. When I saw your planet, your people struggling with these questions about heroes and safety and trust, I knew this was where I needed to be. Your planet, Bob repeated. You're saying you're not from Earth? No. The single word hung in the air. Winston, standing by the door, shifted his weight slightly. Helen's expression gave away nothing, but Bob could see the tension in her shoulders. "That's quite a claim," Helen said. "It's the truth." Nolan turned back to face them. "I understand why it sounds difficult to believe, but the evidence supports it. My arrival, my abilities, the fact that I have no history in your databases because I have no history on your world. I'm not trying to hide who I am. I'm simply new here." "And you want to help?" Bob said, unable to keep a slight edge from his voice. "Yes." "Why?" For the first time, something flickered across Nolan's face. Not annoyance exactly. More like someone being asked to explain something so obvious, it bordered on insulting to have to put it into words. "Because that's what people with power should do," he said. "Help those who can't help themselves. Stop threats. Maintain order. Where I come from, we understood this implicitly. Here you seem to be rediscovering it after years of fear and prohibition. I'd like to assist with that process." "Maintain order," Helen repeated softly. "That's an interesting way to phrase it." "Is it?" Nolan's head tilted slightly, genuinely curious. "How would you phrase it?" "Save people. Protect the innocent. Those are the words supers usually use." "Words are just sounds we make to approximate meaning," Nolan said. "The actions matter more than the terminology, don't you think?" Winston cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should discuss the practical aspects. Nolan has agreed to work within the existing super framework. Registration coordination with emergency services, all the protocols we've established. He understands the importance of public trust." "To you?" Bob asked, looking directly at Nolan. "Understand it, I mean. Because public trust is fragile. One wrong move, one civilian casualty, and we're back to being hunted, banned, blamed for everything that goes wrong." "Then I won't make wrong moves," Nolan said simply. The confidence in those words was absolute. Not arrogant exactly, just utterly certain the way someone might be certain that gravity worked or that the sun would rise. A confidence born from never having failed at anything that mattered. Bob felt something twist in his chest. Recognition, maybe. Or memory. He'd sounded like that once, back when he was younger, and the world seemed simpler. Before lawsuits and collateral damage and the careful dance of public opinion. Before he'd learned that being strong wasn't always enough. "I'd like to see what you can do," Bob said. Helen shot him a look, but Nolan just nodded. "Of course. Though perhaps not here. Winston mentioned you have training facilities." "We do," Winston said quickly. "State of the art. We can arrange a demonstration this afternoon before the press briefing. Let everyone see what Nolan is capable of in a controlled environment." "That won't be necessary," Nolan said. "I'm not interested in showing off. But if Mr. Parr wants to understand my capabilities, a practical demonstration makes sense. Shall we say 2 o'clock? That should give us time to coordinate properly." He moved toward the door and Bob had to step aside quickly. Not because Nolan pushed him, but because there was something in the way he moved that made staying in his path feel inadvisable. Like stepping in front of a truck, not because it would intentionally hit you, but because trucks didn't stop for things in their way. After Nolan left, the three of them stood in silence for a long moment. "Well," Winston said eventually, "what do you think?" "I think," Helen said slowly, "that he's exactly what he appears to be. Powerful, confident, someone who's used to being the strongest person in the room." "That's not what worries me," Bob said. "What worries you?" Bob looked out the window at the city spread below them, the same city they'd fought to protect so many times. The same city that had cheered for them, then feared them, then cheered again. "He doesn't need us," Bob said. "He's being polite going through the motions, but he doesn't need us. Doesn't need the system, doesn't need the rules. And I don't know what someone that powerful does when they decide they don't need to be polite anymore." Winston's smile had frozen on his face. "You're reading too much into a first meeting." "Maybe," Bob said. "Or maybe I'm reading it exactly right." Helen placed a hand on his arm, gentle but firm. "Let's see the demonstration. Let's watch how he handles himself with cameras and questions and all the things that trip up most supers. Then we'll decide." They left the room together, Bob and Helen walking close, their shoulders almost touching. Behind them, Winston pulled out his phone and began typing rapidly, his expression focused. The morning had started with such promise, with such opportunity. It still did technically. But something in the air had shifted, like the atmospheric pressure changing before a storm. In the hallway, passing the elevator, Helen paused. "Do you believe him about being from another planet?" Bob was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know, but I believe he believes it. And I believe he's powerful enough that it doesn't matter whether we believe him or not." The elevator doors opened. They stepped inside and the doors closed behind them, sealing them in that small space, with their thoughts and their doubts and the growing certainty that the world they'd fought so hard to build was about to be tested in ways they weren't prepared for. And somewhere in the building, on a floor they hadn't seen in a room with no windows, Nolan Grayson stood alone and looked at a map of the world spread across a digital display. His finger traced lines between cities, between centers of power, between all the places where resistance would be strongest and all the places where it would be weakest. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't frowning. His expression showed nothing at all, which was somehow worse than any emotion would have been. "Maintain order," he said softly to the empty room. "Yes, that's exactly what I intend to do." The call came at 4 in the morning, 3 days after Nolan Grayson had stood in that conference room and promised not to make wrong moves. Helen's phone buzzed against the nightstand with the specific pattern that meant emergency, not just someone calling at an inconvenient hour. She was awake and reaching for it before the second vibration, years of hero work having trained her body to respond before her mind fully caught up. Beside her, Bob stirred, but didn't wake. She let him sleep and took the phone into the hallway. "Elastigirl," her voice came out clear despite the hour. "We have a situation." Winston's voice tight with controlled urgency. "Runaway metro train east side. Systems failure, brakes offline, accelerating through populated stations. We're looking at hundreds of potential casualties if it doesn't stop before the downtown terminal." Helen was already moving, pulling her suit from the closet with practiced silence. "I'm 10 minutes out. What's our coordination?" "Mr. Incredible is being notified now. Frozone is en route, and Nolan is already airborne." Helen paused, one arm halfway through her suit. "You called him first?" He was already at the campus. Easier to deploy. She wanted to say something about that, about how deployment and response weren't supposed to work that way, about how there were protocols for a reason. But hundreds of people were accelerating toward concrete and steel, and her personal concerns about proper procedure could wait until after they were safe. "I'm on my way," she said, and ended the call. By the time she reached the garage, Bob was already there, in his suit, looking more awake than anyone had a right to be at this hour. They'd had this conversation, without speaking the one, about how they both knew something felt off about Winston's enthusiasm for their newest super, but also how neither of them could let that stop them from doing what needed to be done. "Dash and Violet," Helen asked. "Told them we'd be back by breakfast. Violet's in charge." Bob climbed into the driver's seat of their car, the modified engine already rumbling to life. "Let's go save some people." The drive through pre-dawn Metroville was surreal traffic lights blinking yellow at empty intersections, the city still half asleep and unaware that death was hurtling through tunnels beneath their feet. Helen pulled up the metro system schematic on her phone, tracking the train's progress, calculating vectors and timing in the part of her mind that never stopped running numbers during a crisis. "It's accelerating," she said. 40 miles per hour now. 50. This isn't just brake failure. Something's actively pushing it faster. Sabotage, or a systems hack. Winston's people are trying to access the control network remotely, but whoever did this locked them out. She zoomed in on the map. It's going to hit the downtown terminal in 8 minutes. That's where the morning rush is starting to gather. Bob's jaw set in that particular way that meant he was about to do something reckless and necessary. "Then we stop it before then." They pulled up to the 5th Street station 3 minutes later, emergency lights already painting the platform in rotating shades of red and blue. Police had begun evacuating, herding confused early morning commuters up stairwells to street level. Helen spotted Frozone coordinating with the incident commander, his distinctive blue suit impossible to miss, even in the chaos. "Helen, Bob," Lucius called out, skating across a path of ice toward them. "Train's 2 stations out. We've got maybe 3 minutes. "Where's Omni-Man?" Bob asked. Lucius pointed down at the tracks. "Already down there. Went in solo as soon as he arrived." Something cold that had nothing to do with Lucius's powers settled in Helen's stomach. Alone without coordinating. Didn't ask, just went. Lucius's usual easy humor was absent, replaced by professional tension. "I don't think he's used to asking permission." Helen exchanged a glance with Bob, then vaulted over the platform edge onto the tracks below. The tunnel stretched ahead into darkness, broken only by maintenance lights every 50 feet, casting pools of sickly yellow. The rails hummed with proximity, that particular vibration that meant something large and fast was approaching. Bob and Lucius landed beside her, and together they moved forward into the tunnel at a run. Helen stretched her legs to cover more ground with each stride, Bob's heavy footfalls echoing against concrete, Lucius laying down ice patches to slide ahead and scout. They rounded a curve and saw lights. Not the train yet, but something else. Multiple somethings. Camera drones, dozens of them, floating at different heights and angles throughout the tunnel. Small, sophisticated, bearing the DevTech logo in subdued lettering. DevTech had wired the metro system 6 months ago. Relay beacons and emergency cameras installed throughout as part of the super coordination infrastructure. The signal never died underground anymore. "They're filming this," Helen said, and something in her voice made the temperature drop even further. "Helen," Lucius called from ahead. "You need to see this." They caught up to find him standing at the edge of a wider section of tunnel, what looked like an old maintenance junction. He'd positioned himself here deliberately, Helen realized. The straightaway section close to emergency exits, where passengers could evacuate quickly once the train stopped. And there, in the center of the space, stood Nolan Grayson. He wasn't doing anything. Just standing with his arms crossed, head tilted slightly as if listening to music only he could hear. Behind him through the tunnel, the train's lights were visible now, growing rapidly brighter as it bore down on their position. "Omni-Man," Bob's voice boomed through the tunnel. "What are you doing?" "We need to coordinate evacuation, and—" Nolan raised one hand, a simple gesture that somehow commanded silence. "It's handled. Please stand clear." The train was seconds away now, its emergency horn blaring uselessly. The shriek of metal on metal as it flew around the curve, doing nothing to slow its deadly momentum. Helen could see faces pressed against windows, people screaming, though no sound reached her over the mechanical roar. Nolan lifted off the ground, a movement so smooth it looked like gravity had simply decided it no longer applied to him. He drifted forward, positioning himself directly in the train's path, and raised both hands. He's going to get himself killed. Bob started forward, but Helen grabbed his arm. Wait, watch. The train hit Nolan at 53 miles per hour. Or rather, Nolan met the train. His hands made contact with the front car, and the sound that resulted was like nothing Helen had ever heard. Metal screaming, yes, but also something deeper. A bass note that she felt in her bones as much as heard. The train didn't stop, couldn't stop with that much momentum. But it began to slow. Not gradually, not with the controlled deceleration of proper braking. It just slowed as if the laws of physics had looked at Nolan Grayson and decided to renegotiate. His feet didn't touch the ground. He simply floated there, hands planted against metal, and the train compressed slightly where he touched it, buckling inward like foil. Sparks flew as the wheels locked up from the sudden resistance. The shrieking got louder, then quieter, then stopped entirely as the train came to rest completely still. Its front end crumpled like someone had crushed a soda can. Nolan lowered himself to the tracks, brushed his hands together as if removing dust, and turned back to them. Not a scratch on him, not even breathing hard. As I said, handled. The camera drones circled closer, capturing every angle. Helen could see the small red lights indicating active recording, could imagine the footage already being transmitted back to DevTech servers, being queued for editing and packaging and distribution to a public that was always hungry for heroic imagery. The people on the train, she said, already moving forward. We need to evacuate them before already done. Nolan interrupted. I checked before stopping it. Everyone inside is shaken, but unharmed. The emergency doors are unsealed. They can exit through the maintenance tunnels to the next station platform. He was right. Already passengers were beginning to emerge from the train cars, stumbling, disoriented, but alive. Helen automatically began directing them, her voice calm and authoritative, guiding them toward the nearest exit route. Bob moved to the crushed front car, checking for anyone who might need immediate assistance. Lucius created an ice path for easier walking. They worked together with the practiced efficiency of people who'd done this 100 times before. But Helen couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with this picture. Not the rescue itself. That had been successful. Textbook, even if your textbook included people who could stop runaway trains with their bare hands. No, what bothered her was the aftermath. The way Nolan stood off to the side, not helping with the evacuation, just watching. The way the camera drones seemed to focus more on him than on the actual rescue operations. The way everything felt choreographed despite the genuine emergency. By the time they'd cleared all the passengers to safety, emergency response teams had arrived. Paramedics checked for injuries. Fire crews began the process of safely powering down the train systems. The incident commander was already on the radio with someone, probably Winston, reporting status. Nolan drifted over to where the three of them stood, catching their breath. Efficient work, he said, and Helen couldn't tell if he was being sincere or condescending. Your evacuation protocols are well designed. Thanks, Bob said, and his tone suggested he wasn't sure if he was being complimented or assessed. That was some impressive strength back there. Momentum is simple, Nolan said, looking at the crumpled train as if it were a mildly interesting problem he'd solved. Where I come from, this would be considered routine. Where you come from, Lucius repeated. You keep saying that. Where exactly? Sir. One of the emergency workers called out, running toward them. Sir, we found something. In the control box for this section, you need to see this. They followed him to a maintenance alcove 20 yards down the tunnel. Inside, the metal housing for the track's control systems had been pried open. Wires exposed and rerouted through a small device that blinked with a cheerful green LED. Not professional equipment. Something cobbled together, crude but effective. Sabotage, Helen said quietly. Someone deliberately triggered this. We're checking cameras, trying to get a trace, the emergency worker said. But this looks like it was placed within the last few hours. Bob's fists clenched. So someone caused this. Put all those people at risk. For what? No one answered, but Helen saw Nolan's expression shift slightly. Not surprise, not anger, just a flicker of something that might have been confirmation, as if he'd expected exactly this answer. The cameras, Helen said, looking at the dev-tech drones still hovering nearby. They were in position fast. We maintain surveillance throughout the metro system, a voice said from behind them. Winston emerged from the tunnel. His suit was immaculate, but his eyes betrayed the hour slightly bloodshot, the kind of tired that came from running on caffeine and adrenaline. Standard protocol for emergency response. The drones deploy automatically when an incident is flagged. How automatic? Helen asked. Winston's expression went carefully neutral. I'm not sure what you're implying. Helen held his gaze. I'm asking how you knew to have cameras at this exact location. Helen, Bob said quietly. The tunnel went tense. Even the emergency workers had paused, sensing the shift. Winston's expression finally hardened. Are you accusing me of orchestrating this? I'm saying the timing is suspicious. The timing, Winston said coldly, is coincidental. Or perhaps it's not coincidence at all. Perhaps someone opposed to the super program decided to create exactly the kind of disaster that would make people afraid again. And perhaps we got lucky that Nolan was available to prevent a tragedy. Would you prefer he hadn't been here? Helen opened her mouth, then closed it. Because that was the trap, wasn't it? The kind of logic that made arguing feel like you were arguing against saving lives. Nolan spoke for the first time since Winston arrived. The motivation behind the emergency is irrelevant. People needed help. Help was provided. Discussing hypotheticals about who wanted what seems counterproductive. Counterproductive, Helen repeated. Is that how you see it? I see it as solved, Nolan said simply. The train is stopped. The passengers are safe. The saboteur will be found and dealt with through appropriate legal channels. What else matters? What else matters? Helen wanted to say that the truth mattered. That understanding why things happened mattered, that the difference between response and performance mattered enormously. But looking at Nolan's calm face, she realized he genuinely didn't see the distinction. To him, it was a problem that had been solved efficiently. The context, the implications, the questions of manipulation and trust were just noise interfering with the clarity of that solution. We should get topside, Bob said, placing a hand on Helen's shoulder. Let the investigators do their work. We've done what we came to do. They emerged from the tunnel into a morning that had arrived while they were underground. Sunlight painted the street in shades of amber. Early commuters were beginning their day, and several news vans had already set up positions around the station entrance. Cameras swiveled to track them as they walked past reporters calling out questions that none of them answered. Back at their car, out of earshot from the crowds, Lucius leaned against the door and let out a long breath. That felt off. Whole thing felt off, Bob agreed. But I can't figure out what bothers me more. The idea that someone staged this or the idea that they didn't, and Nolan just happens to be that good at his job. Both bother me, Helen said. She was watching the station entrance where Nolan had just emerged. Cameras immediately swarmed him, and unlike the Parr family, he didn't avoid them. He stopped, turned to face the reporters with that same composed expression, and began answering questions. They were too far away to hear the words, but Helen didn't need to. She could see it in the body language, in the way the reporters leaned in how the cameras focused with absolute attention. Nolan was giving them exactly what they wanted. "He's good at this," Lucius observed. "Too good." "Or learning fast," Bob said. Helen said nothing. She was thinking about the sabotage device with its cheerful green light, about camera drones and perfect timing, about how easy it would be to create heroes if you first created the crises. Her phone buzzed. A message from Winston. "Press briefing at noon. Your presence requested. Let's show United Front." She showed it to Bob. He read it and frowned. United Front against what? Against questions, Helen said. They drove home in silence, the sun rising higher, the city waking up around them. On every screen they passed in shop windows, and on street corner displays, the same footage played. Nolan Grayson, arms outstretched, stopping a runaway train. By the time they reached their house, the footage had been edited, packaged, and distributed to every major news outlet in the country. The headline scrolling beneath was simple and effective: "New super saves hundreds in daring metro rescue." Inside, Violet was awake, watching the news on her phone. She looked up as they entered, her dark eyes searching their faces. "Mom," Violet said, "did this feel real to you?" Helen sat down beside her, suddenly more weary than the mission alone could explain. "I don't know, sweetheart. I really don't know." On the screen, Nolan's interview continued. Composed, assured, flawless. And somewhere in Helen's mind, a small voice whispered that flawless was rarely true. Upstairs, while her parents tried to process what they'd seen, Violet pulled up the raw footage on her laptop. She watched it frame by frame, scanning for the moment her instincts had flagged as wrong. She found it at 3:47 in the timeline. A fraction of a second so brief, the edited version skipped right past it. The moment after Nolan stopped the train before he turned to face the cameras. His expression caught in profile by a drone that had drifted slightly off course. Not victorious, not relieved, not even particularly satisfied. Just calculating, measuring, the look of someone checking boxes on a list. Violet took a screenshot and saved it to a folder she titled Simply Questions. Then she went downstairs where her family was gathered in the kitchen, trying to pretend the morning had been ordinary. The smell of eggs and toast filled the air. Jack babbled happily in his high chair. Normal. Everything looked normal. But Violet had seen that expression, that cold assessment. And she knew with a certainty that came from being the one who always noticed what others missed, that nothing about this morning had been normal at all. The city celebrated its new hero. The news played the footage on loop. And in a folder labeled Questions, a single frame waited like evidence at a crime scene no one had identified yet. Tomorrow, the real investigation would begin. The DevTech campus at night was a different animal than during business hours. Fluorescent lights hummed in empty corridors. Security checkpoints stood unmanned, their access controlled by badge readers that blinked green or red, depending on clearance levels. The building breathed with the quiet rhythm of machines that never slept, servers processing data in climate-controlled rooms, surveillance systems recording footage that no one would watch until something went wrong. Nolan Grayson walked those corridors with the casual confidence of someone who belonged, though he'd only been granted access 3 days ago. His clearance badge, hastily issued by Winston's assistant, opened most doors. The ones it didn't, he simply avoided. for now. He found himself in front of a wall-mounted display showing the building directory. His finger traced the layout, memorizing. Sub-level 2 data storage and archival systems. 4th floor emergency coordination center. 8th floor executive offices and strategic planning. 16th floor advanced research and development. His clearance badge, hastily issued by Winston's assistant 3 days ago, opened the doors Winston wanted him to access. Public areas coordination centers, the emergency response hub. Enough to appear integrated while keeping him away from anything truly sensitive. It was an insult disguised as welcome, and useful for exactly that reason. A security guard rounded the corner, making his hourly rounds. He nodded at Nolan, recognition immediate. "Evening, Mr. Grayson." "Burning the midnight oil." "Studying," Nolan said, gesturing at the directory. "I want to understand how everything connects, how your systems coordinate during emergencies." "That's dedication." The guard smiled, pleased. "Most supers just show up when the alarm goes off. You're really taking this seriously." "I take everything seriously," Nolan said, and something in his tone made the guard's smile falter slightly before he nodded again and continued his patrol. Nolan returned his attention to the directory. What he'd told the guard was true in a sense. He was studying, learning the infrastructure, the response networks, the communication hubs, understanding where power flowed through this society, and more importantly, where it could be redirected. "Where I come from," he'd told them. A useful phrase. Vague enough to avoid specifics, exotic enough to explain his capabilities. The truth was more complex, of course. The truth was always more complex. But humans seemed to prefer simple narratives, clean explanations. An alien who wanted to help. A hero from the stars. They had no framework for what he actually represented. His phone buzzed. A message from Winston. "Strategy session tomorrow, 9 a.m. Reviewing super deployment protocols and public engagement metrics. Your input valuable. Your..." Nolan deleted the message without responding. Winston's enthusiasm was useful, but the man asked too many questions disguised as small talk. Wanted too much access to thoughts that were none of his concern. He moved through the building, each step purposeful. Past the trophy wall displaying front pages from newspapers celebrating various super victories. Past meeting rooms with whiteboards still covered in half-erased diagrams of crisis response flows. Past offices where junior analysts had left their workstations unlocked, screens displaying data that someone more security conscious would have logged out of. Sloppy. All of it sloppy. They'd built impressive systems, yes. Sophisticated surveillance networks coordinated emergency protocols, the ability to mobilize heroes across an entire city within minutes. But they'd built it on the assumption that everyone with access wanted the same things they did. That assumption would be their undoing. Nolan reached an elevator marked "Authorized Personnel Only" and swiped his badge. Green light. The doors opened. He descended. 3 blocks away, in a house that had seen its share of late-night strategy sessions, Violet Parr sat cross-legged on her bed with her laptop balanced on her knees. The house was asleep around her. Even Dash, who could barely sit still during waking hours, had finally crashed around 11. Jack's baby monitor emitted soft static from the hallway. She'd been staring at the same frame for 20 minutes now. Nolan's face captured in that unguarded instant. Calculating, assessing, wrong. The problem was proving it. Violet opened a new browser tab and typed Omni-Man background into the search bar. The results were exactly what she'd found earlier. Nothing before 3 days ago, no social media presence, no historical records, no trail of any kind before his dramatic arrival off the Metroville coast. She tried variations. Nolan Grayson, alien heroes, unregistered supers with flight capability. And each search returned either irrelevant results or the same recent news articles about the Metro rescue. Okay, she muttered to herself. So you don't exist before this week. That's either because you're telling the truth about being from another planet or because someone erased your history really well. Her phone sat beside the laptop, showing the time 1:47 a.m. She should sleep. Had school tomorrow. But sleep felt impossible when every instinct screamed that something dangerous was happening and no one else seemed to notice. She pulled up the raw footage from the Metro incident again. Started from the beginning before the Parr family arrived. The timestamp showed 4:23 a.m. when the first camera drone activated. She watched Nolan descend into the tunnel alone 3 minutes before anyone else arrived on scene. That part wasn't in the edited version Winston had released. The public saw Nolan stopping the train. They didn't see him arriving early, hovering in the tunnel, waiting. Waiting for what? The train, or the cameras, Violet's hands, moved across the keyboard, pulling up the emergency response logs. These were public record technically, though buried in city databases most people never thought to check. She found the Metro incident scrolled through the timeline. 4:19 a.m. First alarm triggered 4:20 a.m. DevTech systems alerted 4:21 a.m. Camera drones deployed 4:23 a.m. Omni-Man arrival. Everything in the right order, everything tracking exactly as it should for an efficient emergency response. Except Omni-Man had been called first before her parents before Frozone. Winston had said Nolan was already at the campus. But the DevTech campus was 15 miles from the Metro station. Even at superhuman speed, arriving in 4 minutes meant Nolan had left the instant the alarm triggered. Or before. Violet sat back, chewing her lower lip. It could be innocent. Maybe Nolan had been patrolling. Maybe he'd heard the alarm through some super hearing ability and reacted immediately. Maybe. But maybe didn't explain the expression on his face after stopping the train. The cold assessment. The look of someone checking off items on a list rather than someone who'd just saved hundreds of lives. She needed more data. Not hacking her mom's voice reminded her. Social engineering. Physical access. Things that didn't require her to break through firewalls she didn't know how to break anyway. Violet pulled up the DevTech campus directory on her phone. Publicly available information. The building was open 24 hours for emergency response coordination. Security was tight but not impossible. And she was a super. A registered super even after the family's reinstatement. She had legitimate reasons to visit the campus. She just needed an excuse that wouldn't make her parents ask questions. Her phone buzzed. A text from Dash. "I know you're still awake. Your light's on." She typed back. "Go to sleep. You first. I'm researching for a school project." At 2 a.m. It's a very important project. About the new alien dude. Violet's thumbs froze over the keyboard. Then, what makes you think that because you've been weird since the Metro thing, and you get that look, the one where you're trying to figure something out? She considered lying, considered telling him to mind his own business. Instead, don't tell Mom and Dad. Tell them what? That I'm looking into this. A longer pause this time. Then, looking into what exactly? Violet hesitated. Dash was 10, impulsive, couldn't keep secrets to save his life. But he was also observant in his own way, and he'd been there in the tunnel. He'd seen the cameras, the staging, the way everything felt choreographed. "I think something's wrong," she typed. "With Omni-Man. With how this is all happening. But I don't have proof yet. Wrong like bad wrong, or wrong like suspicious wrong. I don't know yet." Another pause, then, "I can help. I'm good at finding things. By running around until you crash into them. It's a valid strategy." Despite everything, Violet smiled. "Go to sleep, Dash. I'll tell you if I find anything concrete." "Promise." "Promise." She set the phone down and returned to her laptop. The building directory still glowed on the screen. She expanded the view, looking for departments that might have the information she needed. Historical records, personnel files, security footage archives. The problem was access. She couldn't just walk in and demand to see classified information. She needed leverage, or a cover story, or both. Or she needed to go somewhere her powers would be more useful than her questions. Violet pulled up a map of the DevTech campus, studying the layout. Main entrance, heavy security. Loading docks, cameras, and badge readers. Emergency exits, alarmed. But buildings that size always had ventilation systems, maintenance access places, designed for infrastructure rather than people. Places where an invisible girl might go unnoticed. She was already planning the route when her bedroom door opened. Her mother stood in the hallway, backlit by the dim glow from the bathroom nightlight. "Can't sleep?" Helen asked quietly. Violet closed the laptop faster than she meant to guilt making her clumsy. "Just thinking about homework." Helen moved into the room, sat on the edge of the bed. In the low light, Violet could see the fatigue in her mother's face, the weight of too many questions with not enough answers. "I've been thinking too," Helen said. "About this morning. About how everything felt orchestrated." Violet said nothing, afraid that speaking would give away how much she'd already been investigating. "Winston called earlier," Helen continued. "Wants us at DevTech tomorrow for a strategy session." "Coordinating our messaging," he said. "Like we're a PR campaign instead of people trying to help." "Are you going?" "Your father wants to. Says we need to stay engaged, keep eyes on what's happening." Helen's hands folded in her lap, a gesture Violet recognized as her mother trying to organize complicated thoughts. "But I keep thinking about those cameras, about the timing, about how someone very convenient showed up right when public opinion was most fragile." "You think Omni-Man is part of it? Part of whatever Winston's doing?" "I think Omni-Man is exactly what he appears to be. Powerful, confident. Someone who's never had to compromise because he's never had to fear anything." Helen looked at her daughter. "That's what worries me. Not that he's deceiving us, but that he might be completely honest and still dangerous." Violet processed this. It aligned with what she'd been thinking, but came at it from a different angle. Not a villain hiding behind a hero's mask, but something more fundamental. Someone operating by rules so different from theirs that the distinction between help and harm became meaningless. "What are you going to do?" Violet asked. "Go to the meeting. Listen. Watch." Helen stood, moved toward the door, then paused. "And Vi, whatever you're planning, be careful. People who control narratives don't like it when someone starts asking questions off script." After her mother left, Violet sat in the darkness for a long time, the laptop closed beside her. Her mother knew she was investigating, had basically given permission, or at least hadn't forbidden it. That was either trust or tactical delegation. With Helen, it was hard to tell the difference. She reopened the laptop and pulled up the campus map one more time. Tomorrow, while her parents were in the strategy session, she'd have a window. A few hours where everyone's attention would be focused elsewhere. Enough time to turn invisible and see what dev tech didn't show visitors. The sub-level of dev tech that Nolan had descended to wasn't technically restricted, just inconvenient. The kind of place that required badge access and a legitimate reason to visit, which meant most people never bothered. Server rooms hummed behind heavy doors. Climate control systems kept the temperature precisely regulated. And in a small office at the end of the corridor, archived data sat on servers that backed up the backups, the redundant storage that organizations like DevTech maintained because the cost of losing information was greater than the cost of keeping it forever. Nolan stood in front of a terminal, fingers moving across the keyboard with surprising delicacy for hands that could crumple steel. The interface was straightforward. Search parameters, date ranges, file types. He'd watched the technicians use it earlier, memorizing the process with the perfect recall that made human note-taking obsolete. He typed, "Super registration historical data." The system churned through gigabytes of information, returning results. Names, dates, incident reports spanning decades. The entire history of super activity in this region, cataloged and cross-referenced. He scrolled through, absorbing. Not just the prominent heroes, the ones with news coverage and public recognition, but the marginal cases, the ones who'd registered and then disappeared from public view, the ones who'd been powerful enough to warrant tracking, but not powerful enough to matter in the larger narrative. Potential threats, in other words, or potential allies, if approached correctly. He copied the file structure to memory, then moved to another search. Super Response Protocols Current. This returned deployment procedures, coordination hierarchies, the exact sequence of events that occurred when an emergency was flagged. Who got called first? Who had authority to make decisions? What thresholds triggered different levels of response? The architecture of their entire system laid out in clear documentation. Nolan closed the search and left the archive room, further down the corridor past another security checkpoint. His badge surprisingly opened. He found what he'd been looking for, the security monitoring station. Smaller than he'd expected, just 3 workstations and a wall of screens showing camera feeds from throughout the building. Nolan sat at one of the workstations. Camera feeds from throughout the building scrolled across multiple monitors. Hallways, entrances, parking structures, the rooftop landing pad where he'd arrived during the metro incident. He watched himself on one of the screens, standing in this very room looking at the monitors. A recursive loop of observation. Then he navigated the interface, pulling up archived footage. First, the incident metadata. Control box identification number, camera coverage map for that section, the exact timestamp when alarms had triggered. The system was thorough, documenting everything. He cross-referenced the camera IDs with the control box location. Found 3 angles that would have captured the sabotage. Pulled up the footage. The metro tunnel, 4 days ago. He found the timestamp 4:23 a.m. Watched himself descend into darkness, position himself, precisely wait for the train, with that absolute patience that came from knowing exactly how events would unfold. Then he scrolled back. 4:19 a.m. The moment the alarm had triggered. And there in the corner of frame 2, barely visible, a figure in dark clothing, planting the sabotage device on the track control box. Moving quickly, efficiently. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing, and exactly how long they had before security protocols would flag the intrusion. Nolan froze the frame, enhanced the image. The figure wore a mask, gloves, nothing identifiable. But the body language was familiar. The movements of someone comfortable with covert operations. He reversed the footage further, following the figure backward through time, into the tunnel, up to street level, into a vehicle that drove away with license plates obscured, dead end. Deliberately so. But the important thing wasn't identifying who had planted the device. The important thing was confirming that someone had. That the emergency he'd responded to with such perfect timing hadn't been random at all. Someone was manufacturing crises. And DevTech was the only entity with the resources and positioning to make it look this seamless. Whether Winston knew he was orchestrating it or merely enabling it, the result was the same. Nolan should have been surprised. Should have felt some moral reaction to the manipulation, the endangerment of civilians for the sake of public perception. He felt nothing except professional appreciation for the strategy. The real question was whether this benefited his objectives or complicated them, whether being seen as the solution to manufactured problems would accelerate acceptance or eventually expose vulnerabilities in the system worth exploiting. Nolan deleted his search history, logged out of the system, and left the sub-level the same way he'd entered. The security guard waved as he passed. The cameras tracked his movement with mechanical indifference. And somewhere in the building's encrypted servers, nested in routine backup processes where no one would think to look, a small program began running. Nothing sophisticated. Just a data logger that would copy certain files to an external location whenever specific keywords appeared. Surveillance, but not the kind Winston had built into his systems. This kind was older, simpler. The kind that worked because people assumed the tools they used were neutral, that the systems they trusted worked only for them. Nolan exited the building into night air that carried the smell of rain. The city stretched before him, lights marking human activity that continued even in darkness. So many people all believing they were safe because someone stronger was watching over them. They were right in a sense. Someone was watching. They just didn't understand what watching meant to someone like him. Morning came too soon. Violet woke to her alarm with the gritty feeling of insufficient sleep and too much caffeine. She'd finally crashed around 3, mind still churning through possibilities. Now in daylight, the investigation felt less urgent and more foolish. What was she doing? Playing detective based on a single screenshot and a hunch that couldn't be verified. Her parents were professionals. They'd been doing this for decades. If they suspected something, they'd investigate properly. But then she remembered her mother's words last night. Whatever you're planning, be careful. Permission, or at least acknowledgement. Violet dressed for school but packed her supersuit in her backpack, just in case. The campus was on her way home anyway. She could stop by, use the legitimate excuse of meeting her parents after the strategy session, and see what opportunities presented themselves. Not hacking, not breaking and entering, just observation. She made it through her morning classes on autopilot, her mind elsewhere. At lunch, Dash found her in the cafeteria. "You look terrible," he said, sliding into the seat across from her. "Thanks. You're very helpful. I'm serious. You need to sleep." "I need answers more." She pushed her tray aside. "I'm going to DevTech after school." "Why?" "Because Mom and Dad have that meeting. And while everyone's distracted, I can look around." Dash's eyes widened. "You're going to sneak in. I'm going to visit. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Yes. Sneaking is illegal. Visiting is just strategic." That's the worst logic I've ever heard. But Dash was grinning. "Can I come?" "Absolutely not. Why not? I can scout faster than you can walk. Because if something goes wrong, I don't want both of us in trouble. But if something goes right, you want to take all the credit," Violet sighed. "It's not about credit, Dash. It's about risk management." "Fine, but you have to promise to tell me everything you find." "I promise." She didn't add that she'd only tell him if it was safe to know. Some promises had implicit conditions. The afternoon dragged. Finally, the last bell rang. Violet caught the bus toward downtown, got off 3 blocks from the DevTech campus, and walked the rest of the way. Her suit felt heavy in her backpack, a tangible reminder of what she was planning. The main entrance was as impressive as always. Glass and steel, and the DevTech logo gleaming in afternoon sun. She walked past it toward the side of the building where service entrances and maintenance access were less monitored. Her phone buzzed. A text from her mother. "Meeting running long. We'll be here until at least 6. Can you watch Jack?" Perfect. Violet typed back, "No problem, I'll head home now." A lie, but a small one. She'd watch Jack after this, after she understood what made her instincts scream that something was wrong. She found what she was looking for near the loading docks, a maintenance entrance, with a card reader that blinked red when she approached. But the door itself wasn't fully closed, held slightly ajar by a wooden wedge someone had kicked underneath. The kind of small violation that maintenance crews use to make their lives easier. Security be damned. Violet looked around. No cameras visible from this angle. No guards. Just opportunity. She turned invisible, slipped through the door, and entered the building. Inside, the fluorescent lighting hummed overhead. She'd materialized in a utility corridor, pipes running along the ceiling, junction boxes mounted on walls. Not the polished public face of DevTech, but the infrastructure that made it function. She moved carefully, staying invisible, following signs toward the main building. Her powers didn't make her silent, so she placed each step deliberately. Through a door marked "Authorized Personnel," up a stairwell to the 2nd floor, into a corridor that looked more official, with numbered offices and conference rooms. Voices ahead. She pressed against the wall, maintaining her invisibility as 2 technicians passed deep in conversation about server maintenance schedules. They walked right past her, oblivious. When they'd gone, she continued forward. She needed to find something concrete, evidence that wasn't just her interpretation of an expression. Something that would prove Winston was orchestrating emergencies, or that Nolan wasn't what he claimed, or that the whole system was compromised. Something that would justify this risk. She passed a room with an open door, glanced inside. Empty office computer screen displaying a login prompt. Nothing useful. Kept moving. Another door, this one slightly ajar. She pushed it open carefully. Not a server room. An administrative office adjacent to the data center. The kind of workspace compliance officers used when they needed to be near the systems, but didn't need to be in the server room itself. A terminal sat on the desk screen, active, logged into what looked like the super registration portal. Someone preparing materials for tomorrow's strategy session had stepped away without logging out. Violet moved to the terminal, fingers hovering over the keyboard. This was the line. Up until now, she'd just been trespassing. But accessing a logged-in system, that was different. That was actually unauthorized access, regardless of what she wanted to call it. She thought about the expression on Nolan's face in that screenshot. About her mother's warning. About the fact that sometimes getting answers required bending rules carefully, written by people with something to hide. The portal's search interface was already open. She clicked into the search box and typed Nolan Grayson. The system searched, returned a single result. Grayson Nolan, initial registration record. She clicked it. The file opened, and it was nearly empty. Registration date 4 days ago. Place of origin. Unspecified extraterrestrial. Powers, flight super strength enhanced durability, testing incomplete. Emergency contact, none listed. Background check. Waived under extraordinary circumstances clause. Waived. They'd waived the background check. Violet stared at the screen. Every super who'd been registered after the ban lifted had gone through extensive vetting. Interviews, power demonstrations, psychological evaluation, the works. It was one of the compromises the government had demanded for reinstatement. But Nolan had been waved through, given a badge and access and legitimacy without any of the usual scrutiny. Who had authorized that? She scrolled down looking for approval signatures. Found one Winston Deaver. And below it, surprisingly, a government official she didn't recognize. Someone high enough up to override standard protocols. This wasn't just Winston being careless. This was institutional. Multiple people had signed off on letting an unknown entity with unverified claims about alien origin walk into their systems without proper vetting. Why? Her hands moved across the keyboard searching for related files. Found a folder labeled Strategic Super Asset Integration. Clicked it. Access denied. She tried again. Same result. This folder required higher clearance than whoever had left this terminal unlocked possessed. Footsteps in the hallway. Voices approaching. Violet turned invisible, instantly backing away from the terminal. Two men entered IT badges visible on their shirts. Told you we needed to update those access protocols, one was saying. Yeah, and I told management it would take 3 weeks. They said make it work. They moved to the terminal Violet had been using. One of them frowned. This session is still active. Johnson must have forgotten to log out again. 3rd time this month. We need to enable auto timeout. Add it to the list. They began working pulling up system logs and diagnostic tools. Violet stayed pressed against the wall, invisible, barely breathing. If they ran the right query, they'd see someone had accessed personnel files minutes ago. But they didn't. Just continued their maintenance work, complaining about management decisions and insufficient budgets. Violet waited for what felt like hours, but was probably 5 minutes. When they finally left, she remained frozen another minute, making sure they were really gone. Then she materialized, let out the breath she'd been holding, and tried to think clearly despite her pounding heart. She'd found something. Not proof of conspiracy exactly, but evidence that normal procedures had been bypassed. That Nolan's integration into the super program had been fast-tracked by people who should have known better. Combined with the staged rescue, the perfect timing, the expression on his face. It was still circumstantial. Still interpretable as coincidence by anyone who wanted to believe the simple narrative. But Violet knew coincidence. And this wasn't it. She needed to leave. Had already stayed too long, taken too many risks. She turned invisible again and retraced her path through the building, down stairwells, through utility corridors, back to the maintenance entrance. Emerged into daylight that felt too bright after the fluorescent interior. Walked 3 blocks before allowing herself to become visible again. Only then did she realize her hands were shaking. She'd broken into dev tech. Had accessed their systems without authorization. Had risked everything on a hunch that couldn't even be fully verified yet. Her mother would be furious if she found out. Or proud. Or both. Violet pulled out her phone and typed a message to Dash. Found something. Tell you tonight. Then she headed home, mind already working through what this meant and what to do next. Behind her, unseen and unmarked, a dev tech security drone tracked her departure. The footage uploaded automatically to servers where it would be filed away. Probably unwatched, just another piece of data in an endless stream of surveillance. Probably. But somewhere in that system, nested in processes monitoring for anomalies, a flag appeared beside her name. Interference. The game had changed, and several pieces on the board had just noticed each other moving. The conference room on the 8th floor of DevTech headquarters held the uncomfortable silence of people who wanted to argue, but knew better than to start. Helen sat with her hands folded on the table, the picture of professional composure. Bob slouched in his chair, jaw tight. Across from them, 3 government officials reviewed tablets displaying proposed legislation, their faces carefully neutral. Winston stood at the head of the table, a presentation frozen on the screen behind him, showing statistics about super response times and public approval ratings. And Nolan sat apart from everyone, positioned near the windows, where he could watch both the room and the city beyond. Observing. Always observing. Winston had pulled him aside before the meeting started. Today is optics. Keep it simple, stay on message, let me handle the nuance. Nolan had nodded once, the kind of acknowledgement that could mean agreement or simply that he'd heard. Winston had chosen to interpret it optimistically. That optimism was already beginning to feel misplaced. Section 4.3. One of the officials said, her voice crisp with bureaucratic precision. Designation of restricted intervention zones. Any super activity within government facilities, financial districts, or critical infrastructure requires advance authorization. That's half the city, Bob said. What happens when someone needs help in a restricted zone? We just wait for paperwork. You coordinate with the authorization office, the official replied. Response time averages under 2 minutes. 2 minutes is a lifetime when someone's dying. 2 minutes is the compromise between effective response and maintaining security. The official's tone suggested this wasn't up for debate. The alternative is returning to the Prohibition era. I assume you'd prefer to avoid that. Helen placed a hand on Bob's arm, a gesture that looked supportive, but was actually restraint. We understand the need for oversight. What we're questioning is the practicality during genuine emergencies. The practicality, Winston interjected smoothly, is exactly what we've been demonstrating. DevTech's coordination system can route authorization requests in real time. The 2-minute average includes the full approval cycle. In simulated conditions, Helen said. With prepared scenarios and full staffing, real emergencies are messier. Which is why we're implementing these protocols now while public support is strong. Winston advanced his presentation. The polling data is clear. 73% approval for super activity. 81% approval when supers operate within defined legal frameworks. The public wants heroes. They just want heroes they can understand and predict. Nolan spoke for the first time since the meeting began. Predictability and effectiveness are not always compatible. Everyone turned to look at him. He hadn't moved from his position by the windows, hadn't shifted his posture, just stated a fact with the weight of someone who'd seen civilizations try this approach before. Could you elaborate? The lead official asked, pen poised over his tablet. You're creating systems to manage exceptional individuals. By definition, exceptions don't fit systems. And your alternative would be trust capability over process. The official's expression hardened. So we should grant unlimited authority based on personal judgment. That's how we ended up with the prohibition in the first place. Supers making unilateral decisions, causing collateral damage, operating outside any framework of accountability. The official set down his pen with deliberate care. Mr. Grayson, perhaps you're not familiar with the history that led to the super ban. I've studied it. The pattern is instructive. You banned them because some made mistakes. Then you reinstated them because you needed them. Now you're creating restrictions that will eventually require another crisis to override. So your solution is no oversight at all. My solution is acknowledging that when buildings are falling, committees don't save lives. People with capability do. The temperature in the room dropped. Helen closed her eyes briefly. Bob sat forward alert. Winston's practiced smile stayed fixed, but his hand tightened on the edge of the table. The official stood. I think we have sufficient input for today's session. We'll reconvene next week to review the final draft. Thank you all for your time, Winston said quickly, already moving to usher the officials toward the door. My team will send the updated documentation by Friday. We're very committed to finding solutions that work for everyone. The officials left. The door closed. Winston turned back to the room, and the smile was gone. That was spectacularly unhelpful, he said to Nolan. I was asked for my perspective. I provided it. Your perspective just set us back 3 weeks of negotiations. Then perhaps you were negotiating for the wrong outcome. The outcome I'm negotiating for, Winston said, each word carefully controlled, is keeping supers legal and operational. That requires political capital. Compromise, showing that we can work within existing power structures rather than challenging them. Why? The single word hung in the air. Winston stared at Nolan, momentarily speechless. Why work within structures that are demonstrably inefficient? Nolan continued. You have capabilities they need. You could be setting terms. Because that's not how democracy works, Helen said, her voice cutting through the tension. We don't set terms just because we're powerful. Nolan looked at her with what might have been genuine curiosity. Even when following those principles gets people killed. Yes, even then. Helen stood. Because the alternative is living under whoever happens to be strongest at any given moment. And you think that's not already the case? Nolan moved toward the door. Stopped. Looked back at Winston. The restrictions you're negotiating will pass. And 6 months after that, there will be an incident where following those restrictions costs lives. When that happens, you'll remember this conversation. He left. The door closed with a soft click that sounded louder than it should have. Bob let out a breath he'd been holding. What the hell was that? That, Winston said, sinking into a chair, was me realizing I might have made a significant miscalculation. Helen was still watching the door where Nolan had exited. He wasn't threatening us. He was just explaining. Like someone describing weather patterns to people who've never seen a storm. Is that better or worse? I don't know, but I'm starting to think we've been asking the wrong questions about him. What do you mean? Helen turned back to them. We've been trying to figure out if he's trustworthy. If his story about being from another world is true. If Winston is using him, or he's using Winston. But maybe none of that matters. How does it not matter? Bob asked. Because trustworthy or not alien, or not conspiracy or coincidence, none of those questions change the fundamental problem. Which is that Nolan Grayson operates by different rules than we do. Not because he's hiding something or playing a game. Because he genuinely, honestly believes that power is the only thing that matters and everything else is just noise. Winston's fingers drummed against the table. You think he's dangerous. I think he's honest, which might be more dangerous. Tent. The news broke 3 days later during evening rush hour. A commuter train stalled between stations' brake systems, locked power dead. Not an emergency initially, just an inconvenience affecting several hundred people who would be late getting home. Then the tunnel began to flood. A water main had burst 2 blocks north. Not sabotage this time, no deliberate tampering. Just old infrastructure finally failing under pressure, It hadn't been designed to handle the city's bones, giving up after decades of deferred maintenance. Thousands of gallons per minute pouring into underground passages, filling the metro system like water filling a bathtub. And trapped in the middle of it, a train full of people who had nowhere to go. Emergency services mobilized within minutes. Fire department rescue teams, transit authority engineers, the city's emergency management office coordinating response. But the water was rising faster than pumps could handle it, and the train's doors were sealed shut by the electrical failure. The call went out to supers at 6:47 p.m. Helen got the alert on her phone while making dinner. Chicken halfway to being done, vegetables steaming on the stove, the kitchen filled with the ordinary smell of an ordinary evening. She read the details twice, processing. "Bob," she called toward the living room. "We have a situation." He appeared in the doorway. "What kind?" "Metro flood, train trapped, rising water." "I'm calling the authorization office." He was already pulling out his phone, opening the emergency coordination app they'd been required to install when the interim protocols rolled out last week. Helen turned off the stove, her movements automatic. "Violet, you're in charge. Don't let Dash do anything stupid." "Define stupid," Violet said from the couch where she'd been doing homework. "You'll know it when you see it." And Bob stared at his phone screen, frustration mounting on his face. "Queue position 73. Estimated approval time 18 minutes. The whole system is overloaded." "Keep trying, I'm suiting up." They changed in record time, the routine so practiced it required no thought. Bob checked the authorization app 3 more times while pulling on his boots. Queue position hadn't budged. "Screw it," he said. "People are drowning. We're going." They made it to the incident scene in under 10 minutes, but 10 minutes in a flooding tunnel was an eternity. Emergency vehicles blocked the streetlights, painting everything in urgent reds and blues. News helicopters circled overhead, and a crowd had gathered, civilians watching the crisis unfold, with the helpless fascination of people who knew something terrible was happening, but couldn't look away. The incident commander met them at the perimeter. "Mr. Incredible Elastigirl, did you get authorization?" "Couldn't get through," Bob said. "System's overloaded." "Then I can't let you pass this point." Interim protocols are explicit. No intervention in critical infrastructure without proper clearance. The commander's expression was granite, but something else flickered beneath it. Fear, maybe, or anger at being put in this position. "If I let you in and something goes wrong, if someone dies anyway, I'm the one who ends up in handcuffs. That's what this directive means. There are people dying down there right now, and I have my orders." The commander's radio squawked with updates. Water level rising, 30 minutes until the train was completely submerged. "I'm sorry, but if you go in without authorization, I'm required to report it. That could mean revocation of your licenses." Helen's hands clenched at her sides. "So, we just stand here, watch people drown because of paperwork. I don't like it any more than you do. But this is what we agreed to. Regulated response, proper channels, everything by the book." The commander's radio squawked with updates. Water level rising, 30 minutes until the train was completely submerged. "Trust the system. Authorization will come through." They stood at the perimeter watching. Minutes crawled past. Emergency crews worked frantically, but the flood was winning. Bob checked the authorization app again. Queue position 51, still moving too slowly. "This is insane," he muttered. His hands flexed, open, closed. "I can feel it. The pressure down there, the time running out. We're right here. Helen could reach them through ventilation, I could tear through the access wall. And lose our licenses, Helen finished. Lose everything we fought for. Prove everyone who opposed reinstatement right. So, what, we just watch them die to prove a point? Helen didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because the choice felt impossible, every option a betrayal. Help people and destroy the system they'd built. Follow the system and watch people die. Then the crowd parted. Nolan descended from the sky, like judgment materializing his red and white suit, unmarked by the chaos around him. He landed next to the incident commander with barely a sound. "Status," he said. "Not a question, a command." The commander's posture straightened automatically, responding to authority before conscious thought could intervene. Train trapped in Tunnel 4. Water level critical. Approximately 300 civilians at risk. Authorization status. Pending. System backlog due to multiple concurrent emergencies across the city. How long until the train is submerged? 23 minutes. Nolan turned to Bob and Helen. You could reach them in 5. Why are you standing here? Authorization hasn't come through, Helen said, hating how defensive she sounded. And you're waiting for permission while people drown. We're following procedure, Bob said, but the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. Your procedure is killing them. Nolan looked at the tunnel entrance, calculating. The authorization office is 14 blocks from here. If I flew there directly, interrupted their queue management, and physically retrieved the approval documentation, it would take approximately 6 minutes. Or I could ignore the system entirely and solve the problem in 2. You can't just... The incident commander started. Can't what? Save people? Interesting priority structure you've developed. Nolan lifted off the ground, hovering a few feet in the air. I'm going in. Stop me if you feel procedure requires it. He shot forward into the tunnel entrance, a blur of red and white disappearing into darkness. The commander grabbed his radio. Central, this is Tunnel 4 Command. Be advised, Super Omni-Man has entered the restricted zone without authorization. I repeat, unauthorized entry into critical infrastructure. Helen and Bob stood frozen, watching the tunnel entrance. Around them, emergency workers had stopped their preparations, unsure what to do. The regulations were clear. Unauthorized intervention was grounds for immediate action, but taking action against someone actively saving lives. That was a different kind of impossible. Seconds ticked past. The radio crackled with updates from teams deeper in the metro system, voices tight with urgency. Water still rising, train situation critical. Then silence. Then from the tunnel, the sound of metal screaming. Not an explosion. Something being torn open with precision. And beneath it, the grinding shriek of concrete breaking a deliberate structural breach. Nolan emerged 2 minutes later, floating out of the tunnel entrance with the train's roof section held above his head like an oversized shield. Behind him, water poured from the tunnel in a torrent, but diverted, now flowing through a gaping hole he'd torn in the maintenance wall, draining into the adjacent service conduit he'd exposed. And beneath the torn open roof, 300 people stood in the train car, soaked and terrified, but alive. He set the roof section down carefully on the street. Emergency services can take it from here. Everyone's out, no serious injuries. The water main break is 2 blocks north junction box 7. You'll want to shut that down before the flooding spreads to adjacent tunnels. The incident commander stared. You. How did you? Physics and structural engineering. Is there a problem? You violated direct orders. Entered a restricted zone without proper authorization. Yes, and 300 people are alive because of it. Nolan lowered himself to ground level. You're welcome to file whatever reports your system requires. I'll be available for any disciplinary proceedings. He turned to Bob and Helen. You could have done this. Both of you have the capability. Mr. Parr could have torn through the tunnel access. Mrs. Parr could have reached the passengers through the ventilation system. You chose not to because following rules felt more important than saving lives. That's not fair, Bob said. We were trying to do this right, to prove we could be trusted within the system. And while you were proving that 300 people were drowning, tell me how that's fair to them. Helen stepped forward. You don't understand. This isn't just about one emergency. It's about building something that lasts. If we break the rules every time we disagree with them, we lose any claim to being part of society rather than above it. Then, perhaps, Nolan said, you need to reconsider whether being part of a society that values procedure over lives is something worth aspiring to. He lifted off without waiting for a response, ascending into the evening sky until he was just another distant shape among the buildings. The incident commander was already on his radio reporting the unauthorized intervention to his superiors. Emergency crews swarmed the train car, treating survivors for shock and hypothermia. News cameras captured everything, reporters providing breathless commentary about the dramatic rescue and the regulatory violations it represented. And Bob and Helen stood at the perimeter watching rescue workers do their jobs, feeling the weight of a choice they'd made, and a choice they hadn't. He's right, Bob said quietly. We could have gone in, should have gone in. Maybe. But then what? Helen's voice was tired. We save these people by breaking the rules. Next time there's an emergency in a restricted zone, we break them again. Eventually we're just doing whatever we think is right regardless of what anyone else says. And that's exactly the behavior that got supers banned in the first place. So we were right to wait to let Nolan be the one who violated protocol. I don't know. I honestly don't know if we were right or wrong. I just know we made the choice we thought would preserve the bigger picture. Whether that was wisdom or cowardice. She shook her head. Ask me after we see what happens next. What happened next arrived in Helen's inbox at 7 the next morning. An official notice from the Super Regulatory Commission. Emergency hearing scheduled for next week regarding patterns of unsanctioned intervention by designated super assets. Attendance mandatory for all registered supers in the Metroville operational zone. She read it twice over coffee that had gone lukewarm while she stared at her screen. The language was bureaucratic, but the message was clear. Nolan's unauthorized rescue had triggered exactly the kind of scrutiny they'd been trying to avoid. Now everyone would be pulled into the consequences. Bob read it over her shoulder. They're going to use this as an excuse, aren't they? To tighten restrictions even more. Or to start reconsidering whether having supers is worth the headache of managing them. Helen set down her cup. Winston was right about one thing. Public support is fragile. One spectacular rescue that breaks all the rules could tip opinion either way. Make us heroes for ignoring bureaucracy, or make us look like we think we're above the law. What does Nolan think? Or does he even care? Helen thought about the expression on Nolan's face when he'd emerged from that tunnel. Not triumphant, not defiant, just matter of fact. Someone who'd identified a problem, solved it efficiently, and moved on without any emotional investment in the politics of the solution. I think Nolan believes he's doing exactly what he was brought here to do. Save people, with maximum efficiency and minimum concern for whose toes he steps on in the process. Is that admirable or terrifying? Yes, Helen said. Both. Definitely both. Upstairs, Violet listened to her parents' conversation through the heating vent in her floor. She'd been doing that more lately, collecting pieces of information that didn't quite fit the official story everyone told. The night before, she'd watched the news coverage of the tunnel rescue. Watched Nolan emerge with that train roof like it weighed nothing. Watched her parents standing at the perimeter following rules while people drowned. She understood why they'd waited, understood the impossible position they'd been in. But understanding didn't make it less disturbing that the system they were fighting to preserve had almost killed 300 people for the sake of proper procedure. Her laptop sat open on her bed, the screenshot from the metro incident still visible. Nolan's face cold and calculating. And now she had context for that expression. He wasn't angry or cruel, he was just efficient. Looking at problems and solving them without any of the human messiness of doubt or morality or concern for consequences. It should have made him less dangerous. Should have made him seem like just another super with a different perspective. Instead, it made her think about all the times in history when people had decided efficiency mattered more than humanity. How that usually ended. She closed the laptop and headed downstairs for breakfast, passing her parents still discussing the hearing in low voices. Jack burbled happily in his high chair, oblivious to the tension. Dash was already inhaling cereal, planning his day with the single-minded focus of someone who believed problems would solve themselves if you just moved fast enough. "Morning," Violet said, pouring herself juice. Helen looked up, and for a moment Violet saw her mother not as a super or a hero, but just as a woman trying to navigate an impossible situation with imperfect information. "Morning, sweetheart. Sleep okay?" "Sure," Violet lied. "Big test today, so I need to focus." Another lie. But her parents had enough to worry about without knowing their teenage daughter was conducting an unauthorized investigation into whether their newest ally was something far more dangerous than a simple alien hero. She ate breakfast, gathered her books, caught the bus to school. Normal morning, normal day. Everything looked normal. But in her backpack alongside her homework and her supersuit, she carried a thumb drive, screen captures, timelines, protocol violations that should have raised flags, but hadn't. Not enough proof yet, but she was building toward it. And somewhere in DevTech's servers, her profile updated silently. Interference. No explanation, just a timestamp and a flag that someone somewhere had decided warranted watching. The hearing was scheduled for Thursday at 10 in the morning, which gave the news cycle exactly 4 days to turn Nolan's tunnel rescue into the biggest super controversy since the ban lifted. Helen watched it unfold from her living room, coffee growing cold in her hand, as talking heads debated whether Omni-Man was a hero or a threat. The footage played on every channel. Nolan, emerging from the tunnel train roof, held overhead 300 grateful survivors behind him. Then the incident commander's radio call. "Unauthorized entry into critical infrastructure." The narrative split cleanly down partisan lines within hours. He saved lives. One commentator declared, his face filling the screen with righteous conviction. While bureaucrats dithered over paperwork, this man acted. That's what heroes do. That's what we need them to do. He violated direct orders, another shot back. Entered a restricted zone without clearance. If we let supers ignore regulations, whenever they decide the situation warrants it, we're right back where we started. Unaccountable power operating by its own rules. 300 people would be dead if he'd followed those rules. And how many could die next time when he decides his judgment supersedes proper authority? Where does it end? Helen turned off the television. The argument would continue without her watching. It always did. Bob sat at the kitchen table reviewing the official notice they'd received. Emergency hearing to review patterns of regulatory non-compliance and assesses ongoing viability of current superauthorization framework. That's bureaucrat speak for we're considering shutting this whole thing down again. They won't, Helen said, though her voice carried less certainty than her words. Public opinion is split, not unified against us. That's different from before. Split opinion is worse than unified opposition. At least when everyone agreed we were dangerous, we knew where we stood. This, Bob gestured at the television. This is a powder keg. One more incident, and it could go either way. The doorbell rang. Helen exchanged a look with Bob before moving to answer it. Through the frosted glass, she could see a familiar silhouette. Winston stood on their doorstep, his usual immaculate appearance marred by shadows under his eyes. We need to talk, all of us, before the hearing. Come in, Helen said, stepping aside. Winston entered, nodded at Bob, then got straight to it. The commission is looking for a reason to recommend reprohibition. Not because they want to, but because pressure from multiple directions is forcing their hand. Conservative politicians want supers controlled. Progressive activists want supers accountable. The only thing both sides agree on is that the current system isn't working. Because Nolan broke protocol to save people, Bob said. Because Nolan demonstrated that protocols don't matter when someone powerful enough decides they don't matter. That's what scares them. Not that he saved lives. That he proved the entire regulatory framework is optional for anyone strong enough to ignore it. Helen sat down across from Winston. So what do you want from us? Public unity. When you testify, Thursday, I need you to defend the system. Explain that the tunnel incident was an exceptional circumstance. Reaffirm your commitment to working within established guidelines. And Nolan. Winston's jaw tightened. Nolan will say whatever Nolan wants to say. I've learned my lesson about trying to script him. But if the rest of you present a united front in support of oversight and accountability, it might be enough to salvage this. You want us to throw him under the bus, Bob said. Make him the exception that proves the rule. The one bad actor who doesn't represent responsible super behavior. I want you to survive this, Winston said. Nolan doesn't need public approval. He doesn't need authorization or licenses or any of the infrastructure we've built. But you do. Your family does. Every other registered super who's trying to build a life within this system does. If this framework collapses, people like you lose everything. Nolan will be fine. He'll keep doing exactly what he's been doing, just without the pretense of cooperation. The question is whether you want to go down with him. Helen studied Winston's face. Saw desperation there, yes, but also calculation. He wasn't wrong about the stakes. But the choice he was asking them to make felt like betrayal. Not of Nolan exactly, of something more fundamental. We'll think about it, she said finally. Winston nodded, stood to leave, then paused. The tunnel rescue footage is still the top story on every network. People are watching this, Helen, forming opinions that will shape policy for years. Whatever you decide, make sure it's what you can live with when the dust settles. After he left, Bob and Helen sat in silence for a long moment. He's right, Bob said quietly. About the stakes. About what we stand to lose. I know. But I keep thinking about standing at that perimeter, watching people drown while we waited for approval that was never going to come fast enough. And I keep thinking that if Nolan hadn't been there, if he hadn't broken the rules, we'd be talking about 300 funerals instead of one policy debate. I know that too. So what do we do? Helen looked at her hands, the same hands that had stretched to save countless lives over the years. The same hands that had remained folded in restraint while an alien did what she couldn't allow herself to do. "We tell the truth," she said. "We explain that the system failed in that moment, that waiting for authorization would have meant 300 deaths, that Nolan broke the rules, yes, but broke them to preserve the only thing that matters more than rules. And then we let them decide what that means. That won't give Winston the unified front he wants. No, but it's honest. And if we can't be honest about what happened, we don't deserve to be part of the conversation about what happens next." The incident began at 11:42 on Tuesday morning, 2 days before the scheduled hearing. A group calling themselves the Human First Coalition took control of the downtown Metroville Federal Building, a glass and steel tower housing various government offices. Approximately 40 hostages, most of them civilian employees caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. The demands were broadcast via live stream within minutes. "No more supers," the spokesman said, his face hidden behind a mask, depicting a normal human face, deliberately average and unremarkable. "No more beings with powers we can't match living by rules we can't enforce." The tunnel incident proved what we've been saying all along. They'll do whatever they want, and we have no way to stop them. So we're stopping the system that enables them. Shut down the super registration program, revoke all licenses, return to prohibition, or these people die. You have 3 hours. The feed went live on every major platform. News networks picked it up immediately. Social media exploded, with reactions ranging from support to horror to debate about whether this qualified as terrorism or justified protest. Helen got the alert on her phone while grocery shopping. She abandoned her cart and was in her suit 10 minutes later. Bob already warming up the car. "Authorization status," she asked, checking her phone. "Request submitted. No response yet." Bob's hands gripped the steering wheel. "How long do you think before they process it?" "For a hostage situation with active shooters, could be minutes. Could be hours if they're trying to coordinate with law enforcement. We don't have hours." They reached the federal building to find the area already locked down. Police barricades, SWAT teams, positioning news vans, establishing perimeter positions with telephoto lenses aimed at the building's windows. And cameras. Dozens of cameras. This was being watched by millions in real time. The incident commander, a different person from the tunnel rescue, but same exhausted expression, met them at the mobile command center. "Elastigirl, Mr. Incredible. What's your authorization status?" "Pending," Helen said. "What's the situation?" 43 hostages confirmed, 8 perpetrators that we've identified, possibly more. They've wired explosives throughout the 3rd floor. Demands are public, timeline is rigid, and they're streaming the whole thing, which means any rescue attempt will be broadcast live to the world. "Leverage," Helen said. "They want public pressure. Make any intervention look like we're choosing super legitimacy over human lives." That's the assessment, which is why authorization is being held at the executive level. This isn't a tactical decision anymore. It's political. Bob's fists clenched. While they debate politics, people are dying. No one's dying yet. Hostages are secured but unharmed. The perpetrators seem more interested in making a point than causing casualties. "Yet," Bob repeated. A flash of red and white in Helen's peripheral vision. She turned to see Nolan descending from the sky, landing near the command center with casual precision. The incident commander's radio immediately squawked. "Central, be advised, Super Omni-Man on scene. Authorization status unknown." "It's unknown because I didn't request it," Nolan said. "I'm here to resolve the situation." Without clearance, you cannot enter that building. Yes, I can. The question is whether you'll try to stop me, which would be an interesting experiment in comparative power dynamics, or whether you'll let me do what needs to be done. Helen stepped between them. Nolan, this isn't like the tunnel. This is a hostage situation with explosives. One wrong move and everyone inside dies. Then I won't make a wrong move. You can't guarantee that. None of us can. Hostage rescue requires coordination, intelligence, timing. It requires working with law enforcement and tactical teams who've trained for exactly this scenario. It requires ending the threat before they execute their timeline, which is now down to 2 hours and 40 minutes. Nolan looked at the building, his expression evaluating. The explosives are amateurish. The perpetrators are untrained. Their demands are politically motivated rather than materially achievable, which means they're willing to die for the statement. This becomes substantially more dangerous the longer we wait. How do you know the explosives are amateurish? The commander asked. I can see them. Through the walls. Thermal imaging, structural analysis. Your SWAT teams are good, but they're operating blind. I'm not. That stopped everyone. Helen had known Nolan had enhanced senses, but seeing through buildings, that was a different order of magnitude. Even if that's true, she said carefully, going in alone without coordination, you risk detonation, risk the hostages. Going in slowly, waiting for authorization that may never come, also risks the hostages. The difference is one risk I can control. He looked at Helen directly. You disagree with my methods. I understand that. But tell me honestly, if authorization doesn't come through in the next 2 hours, what will you do? Wait while they execute hostages on camera, or break the rules to save them? Helen wanted to say she'd wait. Wanted to believe the system would work this time, that authorization would come through, that there was a way to do this right and good simultaneously. But she remembered standing at the tunnel perimeter, remembered the weight of that choice. I'd wait for authorization, she said, but the words felt hollow. Then we have different definitions of right action. Nolan turned back to the building. Bob grabbed his arm. Wait, if you go in there, if this goes wrong in front of millions of people watching live, it doesn't just destroy you. It destroys all of us. Every super trying to prove we can be trusted. You understand that? Nolan looked at Bob's hand on his arm, not threatening, just observing the presumption. I understand that you've tied your safety to a system that will abandon you the moment it becomes politically convenient. That's your choice, but I won't let people die to protect your political position. He pulled his arm free, not roughly, just inevitable, like pulling away from something that had never really held him. Wait, the commander said, reaching for his radio. If you enter that building without authorization, you'll file a report, I'll face consequences, and 43 people will be alive to testify about what happened. Nolan lifted off the ground. Do what you need to do. I'll do what needs to be done. He shot forward. Helen's phone buzzed, authorization granted. 30 seconds too late. Damn it, Bob said. We need to back him up. He goes in alone, this could turn into a bloodbath. Authorization is for the PAR family unit, the commander said, reading from his tablet. It doesn't extend to individual, uncoordinated action. Then consider us coordinated, Helen said, already moving. Bob, west side service entrance. I'll take the ventilation system. We need to be in position when he makes contact. They moved fast, years of partnership making communication almost unnecessary. Helen stretched through an air duct. Bob found a maintenance access point, both converging on the third floor where thermal imaging had marked the hostage location. Helen emerged from a ceiling vent into a storage room adjacent to the main floor. Through the door she could hear voices, the perpetrators sounding nervous. Then a sound like a window imploding. Nolan had entered through the building's west face, simply flying through the reinforced glass as if it were a suggestion rather than a barrier. "Don't move," someone shouted. "We have explosives. We'll detonate. You'll try to detonate," Nolan's voice perfectly calm. "But I removed your triggers while you were talking. They're on the roof now. Want me to show you?" Silence. Then chaos, shouting movement, the sound of people panicking. Helen slipped through the door, keeping low, assessing. The room was large, open floor plan hostages, zip-tied to chairs in the center. 8 perpetrators, all armed, but now confused as Nolan stood between them and their captives. The explosives were still wired throughout the space. But if Nolan had really disabled the triggers, Bob crashed through the opposite wall, more subtle than his usual entrance, but still Bob. The perpetrators spun, weapons raising. "Everyone stays calm," Helen said, stretching across the room to place herself between guns and hostages. "This ends now. Nobody else gets hurt. You surrender, we all walk out of here." "You weren't supposed to come," the spokesman said, mask slipping to reveal a face younger than Helen had expected. Mid-20s maybe, scared and committed in equal measure. "The system was supposed to be paralyzed. You were supposed to prove we were right." "About what?" Nolan asked. "That you'll do whatever you want. That rules don't apply to you. That we're powerless. You are powerless, but not because of rules. Because you chose to prove a point by threatening innocence rather than engaging with the democratic process you claim to value. The democratic process doesn't work when the voters include beings who can ignore the results. Then vote better. Convince your fellow citizens. Build coalitions. Do the work." Nolan moved forward, and the hostage-takers fell back despite their weapons. What you don't get to do is murder people and call it activism. The standoff held for a heartbeat. Then one of the perpetrators dropped his weapon. Then another. Then the rest, the reality of their situation, overwhelming ideology. SWAT teams flooded in, securing suspects, freeing hostages. Medical teams followed. The operation concluded in under 3 minutes from Nolan's entry to final all clear. Outside, the cameras captured everything. Nolan emerging with hostages behind him. Helen and Bob coordinating with law enforcement. The perpetrators in custody, alive and unharmed. No casualties. No explosives detonated. A clean resolution. The live stream ended. The newsroom commentary began immediately. Helen stood in the plaza outside the federal building, watching on someone's phone as pundits debated what had just happened. Some called it proof that supers could be trusted. Others called it proof that supers were uncontrollable. The same footage, 2 completely opposite interpretations. "We had authorization," Bob said, finding her in the crowd. "It came through. Technically, we were acting legally." "Technically," Helen agreed. "But we both know that's not the story. The story is Nolan went in without waiting, and we followed. Because it was the right call." "Was it?" Helen gestured at the screens, the debate raging. "Look at what we've done. We've proven that when it matters, we'll break the rules. Not because we're villains, but because we prioritize lives over procedure, which is exactly what they're afraid of. So we should have waited. Let Nolan handle it alone. I don't know. Maybe that would have been worse." Maybe this was the least bad option in a situation with no good ones. Helen rubbed her temples. All I know is we just gave the commission everything they need to justify whatever they decide to do at that hearing. Nolan found them in the dispersing crowd. The hostages are safe. The perpetrators are in custody. The explosives have been removed. By any objective measure, this was a successful resolution. By objective measure, yes, Helen said. But this isn't about objective measures. This is about trust. And every time we prove we can't be controlled, we give people reasons not to trust us. Then perhaps the problem isn't with our actions. Perhaps it's with a system that values control over effectiveness. Or perhaps, Helen said, the problem is that you don't understand what it means to be part of a society instead of operating above it. Nolan studied her for a moment. I understand perfectly. I simply disagree that being part of a dysfunctional system is preferable to being effective outside it. He lifted off before she could respond, ascending into the afternoon sky. Bob put a hand on Helen's shoulder. We did the right thing. Saved the hostages. That has to count for something. It counts for everything and nothing, Helen said. Everything to the 43 people who get to go home tonight. Nothing to the people watching who now have proof that we'll do whatever we think is right, regardless of what anyone else says. The hearing was in 2 days. Helen had no idea what she was going to say. Thursday morning arrived cold and clear. The hearing room was smaller than Helen had expected, more conference space than courtroom. 5 commissioners sat at an elevated table, seats for witnesses, a gallery for observers, and press already packed. The Parr family sat in the front row, suited up as requested. Winston sat 2 rows back, expression carefully neutral. And Nolan sat alone near the rear, looking as relaxed as if this were a voluntary seminar, rather than a proceeding that could end superlegitimacy. The lead commissioner, a severe woman with steel-gray hair, called the room to order. This emergency hearing has been convened to assess recent incidents involving registered supers and determine whether the current regulatory framework remains viable. We'll hear testimony from involved parties, review evidence, and make recommendations to the full commission. She looked directly at Nolan. Mr. Grayson, you're first. Please approach. Nolan moved to the witness chair with unhurried confidence. Mr. Grayson, in the past week, you violated authorization protocols twice. Once during the tunnel flooding incident, once during the federal building hostage situation. Do you dispute these facts? No. Do you have any explanation for these violations? People needed help. I helped them. Procedure requires authorization before intervention in critical infrastructure or active crime scenes. Procedure also requires that people not die while waiting for paperwork. When those 2 requirements conflict, I prioritize the one that seems more important. A murmur rippled through the gallery. The commissioner's expression hardened. You understand that this commission has the authority to revoke your registration to prohibit you from operating as a super within our jurisdiction. I understand that you have the authority to prohibit me from operating within your framework. Whether that actually prohibits me from operating is a different question. The murmur became a wave. The commissioner hammered her gavel. Are you threatening this commission? I'm clarifying scope. You have authority over a legal framework. You don't have authority over whether I help people in danger. Those are separate domains. In a society governed by law, there is no separation. Either you operate within legal boundaries or you operate criminally. Then I suppose, Nolan said, you'll have to decide whether saving lives without permission constitutes a crime worth prosecuting. The commissioner stared at him. Helen could see the calculation happening. Charge Nolan, make him a martyr. Don't charge him, validate vigilantism. Either way, the system lost. You're dismissed, the commissioner said finally. Mrs. Parr, please approach. Helen took the witness chair, acutely aware of cameras and phones recording everything. Mrs. Parr, you and your husband entered the federal building during the hostage crisis. Did you have authorization at the time of entry? Authorization was granted approximately 30 seconds before we entered. We were technically compliant with protocol. Technically. But you entered immediately after Mr. Grayson's unauthorized entry. Would you have entered if authorization hadn't come through? The question hung in the air. Helen felt the weight of it. The truth versus the politically safe answer. The precedent this moment would set. I don't know, she said finally. I want to say I would have waited. That I trust the system to make the right call. But standing outside that building, knowing people were in danger, knowing we had the ability to help, I honestly don't know what I would have done if authorization never came. That's not a reassuring answer, Mrs. Parr. No. But it's an honest one. Helen leaned forward. You want us to guarantee we'll always follow procedure. We can't do that. We can promise we'll try. We can promise we'll request authorization and respect the process. But we can't promise we'll watch people die to preserve regulatory compliance. If that's the standard you need, then maybe the super program isn't viable. Maybe the compromise position doesn't exist. The hearing continued for another hour. Bob testified more heated, but saying essentially the same thing. Winston testified, trying to spin everything back towards systemic solutions. A law enforcement representative testified about the impossibility of coordinating with actors who ignored authorization. The commissioners deliberated for 30 minutes. When they returned, the lead commissioner's face revealed nothing. This commission finds that the current regulatory framework has failed to provide adequate oversight of super activity. Multiple violations of protocol have occurred, resulting in successful outcomes, but establishing dangerous precedents. Therefore, we recommend the following to the full commission: suspension of all super authorizations pending comprehensive review. Estimated timeline for review 6 to 12 months. During this period, supers will not be authorized for emergency response unless explicitly deputized by law enforcement for specific incidents. The gallery exploded. Reporters rushed toward exits. Commissioners stood and left through a rear door, ignoring shouted questions. Helen sat in her chair, numb. They'd done it. Re-prohibition in everything but name. 6 to 12 months with no authorization to operate. And when the review concluded, who knew if reinstatement would even be considered? Bob's hand found hers. We'll figure something out. Will we? Helen looked at where Nolan had been sitting. The chair was empty. He'd left at some point during the deliberation, apparently unconcerned with the outcome. Because it didn't affect him. Didn't change anything about what he would do or how he would operate. He'd said it himself, this commission had authority over a framework, not over him. And maybe that was the problem. Maybe there was no framework that could contain someone who genuinely didn't need one. Maybe the choice had always been between accepting powerlessness or accepting that some powers couldn't be governed. Helen didn't know which option frightened her more. Outside the hearing room, Winston was already on his phone doing damage control. News networks were already declaring the death of the super program. And somewhere in the city, Nolan Grayson was probably going about his day, completely unchanged by the political chaos he'd helped create. The Parr family gathered in the corridor, a small island in a sea of rushing people. What now? Violet asked quietly. Helen pulled her daughter close. Now we go home. Figure out what life looks like when we're not heroes anymore, and hope this isn't permanent. What about the people who need help? Dash asked. Law enforcement will handle it, Bob said, but his tone suggested he didn't believe his own words. They walked out of the building together, past protesters and supporters, past cameras and microphones. The questions followed them to their car, but Helen didn't answer, didn't know what to say that wouldn't make things worse. As they pulled out of the parking structure, Helen's phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. They suspended your authorization. They didn't suspend the need for people who can help. Remember that distinction. No signature. But she knew who'd sent it. Helen deleted the message and drove home, in silence, her family around her, the future uncertain and the past already being rewritten by people with cameras and opinions. The super program was dead, or dormant, or transformed into something unrecognizable. And somewhere in Metroville, Nolan Grayson continued his work unregistered and unauthorized, accountable to no one but his own judgment. The revolution hadn't been televised. It had been live-streamed, and everyone had watched it happen without quite understanding what they were seeing, until it was already over. The suspension became official at midnight. One moment the Parr family were registered supers with authorization to respond to emergencies. The next, they were civilians with extraordinary abilities and nowhere legal to use them. Helen sat at the kitchen table at 2 a.m, unable to sleep, scrolling through news coverage on her tablet. The commentary had shifted from debating Nolan's actions to eulogizing the entire super program. Opinion pieces declaring it had been doomed from the start. Think tanks proposing alternative frameworks that would somehow make powered individuals accountable without actually giving them authority to act. None of it offered solutions. All of it felt like watching a building collapse in slow motion while everyone argued about architectural principles. Bob found her there when he came down for water. Can't sleep either. Keeps replaying in my head. The hearing, what I said. Whether I should have said something different. You told the truth. The truth ended the program. Helen set down the tablet. Maybe Winston was right. Maybe we should have presented a united front, thrown Nolan under the bus, convinced them we were different. Would have been a lie. But an effective lie. A lie that would have kept us authorized, kept the framework intact, let us keep helping people legally. Bob sat across from her. You don't believe that. If you did, you would have said it. Helen was quiet for a long moment. I keep thinking about Violet, about Dash and Jack. What kind of world are we building for them? One where they have to choose between using their abilities and being criminals, where helping people makes them outlaws. That's not the world we're building. That's the world other people built, and we're trying to survive in. Is there a difference? Before Bob could answer, footsteps on the stairs. Violet appeared in the kitchen doorway, laptop under her arm. Can't sleep? Helen asked. No, but not for the same reason. Violet set her laptop on the table, opened it. I found something I need to show you before I decide what to do with it. Helen and Bob exchanged a glance. What kind of something? Violet turned the screen toward them. Remember how I've been looking into things about Omni-Man, about dev tech, about how everything's been handled? Violet. Helen started, concern creeping into her voice. I know, I should have told you. But I needed to be sure first, and I wasn't sure until today. Violet pulled up a file directory. After the hearing, while everyone was focused on the suspension announcement, I went back to DevTech. Walked right in with my authorization while it was still technically active. Found the compliance office again, that same terminal. You broke into DevTech. Bob's voice rose. VI, that's technically not breaking in when you have clearance. Had clearance. Past tense, I know. Violet clicked through folders. But here's what I found. Project files for something called Omni-Droid X Containment Initiative. Logs dating back 6 weeks, before Omni-Man even arrived. Helen leaned forward. What kind of project? Reactivation of the old Syndrome facility, Nomanison Island. They've been rebuilding the Omni-Droid platform, updating it, preparing it as a contingency measure for superpowered threats beyond conventional control parameters. Violet read from the screen. That's a direct quote from the project brief. They're building a weapon, Bob said, to use against supers. To use against Nolan, Helen corrected. This wasn't planned before we knew about him. This is a direct response to his arrival. Partly. Violet pulled up more files. But here's where it gets complicated. The authorization signatures. Winston Deaver, yes. But also a government official I couldn't identify, same signature as on Nolan's waived background check. And here's the really interesting part. She opened an internal communication thread. Messages between Winston and someone identified only as coordinator. Subject proves difficult to predict. Enhanced contingency protocols recommended. Agreed. Nomanison assets will be prepared as insurance. Activation only if diplomatic approach fails. Define failure parameters. Subject demonstrates unwillingness to operate within established constraints. Subject represents existential threat to framework. The messages continued clinical discussions of threat assessment and response preparation, all dated within the last 3 weeks. Helen felt something cold settle in her chest. They were planning this before the suspension, before the hearing. They've been preparing to, fight Nolan if he couldn't be controlled? Or studying whether they could control him at all. Violet closed the files. There's more. Shipping manifests, personnel assignments, a timeline for full operational capability. Everything points to the facility being active now, tonight. Ready to deploy if needed. Bob stood pacing. We need to take this to someone. Law enforcement, federal authorities, someone who can investigate whether DevTech is operating military assets without proper oversight. Take it to who? Violet asked. The same government that authorized it, the same officials who signed off on the waivers and the suspension. Mom, Dad, this goes higher than DevTech. This is institutional. Helen stared at the screen, mind racing through implications. Winston's been playing both sides, promoting supers publicly while building weapons against them privately. Or someone's been playing Winston using DevTech infrastructure for their own purposes. Either way, Violet said, they have a kill switch ready, something they think can stop Nolan if he becomes too much of a problem. Which means they've been expecting him to become a problem all along. This doesn't make sense, Bob said. If they suspected Nolan was dangerous, why give him authorization in the first place? Why not just deny him from the start? Because then he'd be operating completely outside their view. Helen said, pieces clicking into place. By authorizing him, bringing him into the system, they could watch him, study him, prepare countermeasures while keeping him visible. It was never about integration. It was about containment. Violet nodded. And now that the suspension's in effect, they have legal cover. Unauthorized superposes threat DevTech security assets deployed in cooperation with government oversight. They can activate whatever's on that island and call it self-defense. Helen looked at her daughter, seeing not a teenager, but someone who'd learned too quickly how systems really worked. What do you want to do with this information? I don't know. That's why I'm showing you. Violet met her mother's eyes. Because if I'm right, if they're planning to use that facility against Nolan, someone needs to decide whether that's justice or murder, and I'm not qualified to make that call. Neither are we, Helen said. Not officially. We're suspended. We have no authority to intervene in anything. But we have ability, Bob said quietly, and we have knowledge that most people don't. Knowledge of what Syndrome's tech could do, what an Omnidroid actually is. You want to go to the island? Helen said. Not a question. I want to know if our suspicions are justified. If there's really a weapon being prepared, if they're really planning to use it. Bob looked at both of them. And if they are, I want to stop it before we find out whether it works. That would be illegal, Helen said. Trespassing on private property, possibly interfering with authorized security operations. They'd arrest us. They're going to arrest us anyway if we use our powers for anything. Might as well be for something that matters. Helen was quiet, weighing options. Every choice felt wrong in different ways. Do nothing potentially, let a weapon be deployed against someone who, whatever his faults, had saved lives. Intervene, break more laws, prove every criticism about supers being unaccountable. Edna, she said finally. Before we do anything, we talk to Edna. Edna Mode's estate was accessible by appointment only, which meant it was accessible whenever Helen called and said it was important. They arrived at 3 a.m. to find Edna awake and working, because Edna's creative process apparently didn't respect normal human sleep schedules. Darling, Edna said, gesturing them into her workshop. I heard about the suspension. Predictable. Bureaucrats always panic when they realize they cannot control everything. She looked at Violet. And you. You have learned to walk through walls without making noise. Good. Useful skill. I can't actually walk through walls, Violet said. No, but you walk through systems, which is more dangerous. Edna pulled up a holographic display, showing what looked like fabric analysis. Now, why are you here at this ungodly hour looking like revolutionaries planning something foolish? Helen explained. The project files the island to the contingency planning. Edna listened without interruption, her expression giving away nothing. When Helen finished, Edna was quiet for a long moment. Then, I knew. You knew, Bob's voice rose. You knew they were building weapons, and you didn't. I knew they were building something. I did not know precisely what, because I am good at my work, not psychic. Edna pulled up different schematics. 6 weeks ago, Winston's procurement office ordered specialized materials. Adaptive polymers, high-density ceramics, quantum processors. The kind of components you use when building something that needs to learn and respond to unknown threats. You didn't tell us, Helen said. Tell you what, that rich man was ordering expensive materials. This is not evidence of conspiracy, darling. This is Friday. Edna zoomed in on a component schematic. But I kept watching. And 3 weeks ago, different order. Bio-monitoring sensors, cellular samplers, the kind of equipment you use when you want to understand something at the molecular level. They were studying Nolan, Violet said. They were preparing to study something. I did not know it was him specifically until you showed me these files. Edna closed the display. The question now is not what they built. The question is whether it should be used. How is that even a question? Bob asked. They're planning to deploy a weapon against someone who's done nothing but save people. He has done something, Edna said sharply. He has demonstrated that their entire framework is irrelevant to him, that he will ignore their rules, override their authority act, according to his own judgment, regardless of consequences. This is terrifying to people who believe systems matter. So they should kill him for it? I did not say kill. I said deploy. There is difference. Perhaps. Edna looked at Helen. You understand the real problem, yes. Not whether weapon works, whether it should exist at all. Helen nodded slowly. If it exists, someone will use it. If not against Nolan, then against the next person they decide is too powerful to tolerate. It becomes the precedent. Exactly. Today, it is Alien who breaks rules. Tomorrow it is you, because you also break rules when you think you should. Where is line who draws it? Edna stood. This is why I do not make weapons, darling. Only armor, defense. Because offense always finds excuses to be deployed. So you think we should go to the island? Violet said. Shut it down before they use it. I think you should understand what you are choosing. You go to that island, you commit multiple crimes. Breaking and entering, trespassing, possibly sabotage if you damage property. They will arrest you. They will prosecute you. You will lose everything you have tried to build. We've already lost it, Bob said. The suspension ended that. Suspension is temporary. Conviction is permanent. Edna looked at each of them in turn. But if you do go, if you make this choice, you do not go unprepared. Wait here. She disappeared into her archive, returning with 3 slim cases. Updated suits. I made them after the authorization protocol started tightening. Assumed you might need equipment that works even when permission does not. She handed them to Helen. Thermal baffles, enhanced durability communication scramblers. Everything you need for doing things you should not be doing, but will do anyway. Helen took the cases. Thank you. Do not thank me. I am enabling crime. Very stylish crime, but still crime. Edna's expression softened slightly. Be careful, darlings. Some battles are won by not fighting at all. Some are won by making sure the other side never gets to the field. Decide which this is before you commit. They left as the sky began lightening toward dawn. The drive home was silent, everyone processing. We're really doing this, Dash said from the back seat. He'd been quiet the whole time, unusual for him. We haven't decided yet, Helen said. Yes, we have. We decided when Vi showed us the files. We just haven't admitted it yet. Helen didn't argue because he was right. The moment she'd seen those project logs, seen the preparation and planning, something had crystallized. Not a decision to fight exactly. A decision that some things couldn't be left to happen without witnessing them. Back home, she gathered the family in the living room. Jack was asleep upstairs, oblivious to the conversation that would determine their immediate future. If we do this, Helen said, we do it as a family. All of us agree or none of us go. And we need to be clear about what we're agreeing to. This isn't a sanctioned mission. This is breaking the law to prevent something we think is wrong. We could be arrested, prosecuted, lose everything. We've already lost the authorization, Violet said. What else is there? Our freedom, our reputation, any chance of getting back into the system if the review ever reinstates the program. Helen looked at each of them. I'm not making this decision for you. You need to choose. Bob spoke first. I'm in. If there's a weapon designed to kill supers, I want to see it before someone points it at us. It's not designed to kill us, Violet said. It's designed for Nolan. But you're right that it won't stay that way. She nodded. I'm in too. I don't get a vote, Dash asked. You're 10, Helen said. I'm also a super. And if they're building weapons to use against us, I want to know about it. Helen looked at her middle child, seeing the same stubborn determination that made him impossible to keep out of trouble. Fine. You get a vote, but you follow orders. No improvising, no running ahead, no heroics. Understood? Understood. Then we go tonight. The file said the facility is operational, but not fully staffed yet. We get and document what they've built. Get out. If we can disable it safely, we do. If not, we gather evidence and decide next steps. And if we encounter Nolan, Bob asked. If he's already figured out what's happening and decided to handle it himself. Then we hope he's in a cooperative mood, Helen said. Because the last thing this situation needs is everyone working at cross purposes. She pulled out her phone, pulled up the message Nolan had sent after the hearing. They suspended your authorization. They didn't suspend the need for people who can help. She typed a response. We need to talk about the island tonight. The reply came within 30 seconds. Pier 7, midnight. No questions, no surprise, like he'd been expecting this conversation all along. Pier 7 was abandoned, scheduled for demolition after years of neglect. The water lapped against rotting pilings. Sodium lights painted everything in sickly orange. And at the end of the pier, Nolan stood looking out at the ocean, his silhouette darker than the darkness around him. Helen approached alone, leaving Bob and the kids in the car 2 blocks away. This conversation needed to happen without an audience, without the complications of family dynamics. You know about Nomanison, she said, not bothering with preamble. I know DevTech has been moving resources to an offshore facility. I know they've been preparing something they believe can contain me. Nolan turned to face her. I assume that's why you're here, to warn me, to ask what you plan to do about it. Nothing. Helen blinked. Nothing. Let them build their weapon. Let them activate it. Let them discover whether it works. Nolan's voice was completely calm. They need to learn that preparing for a threat and neutralizing a threat are different orders of magnitude. Better they learn that lesson with me than with something actually hostile. You're using this as a teaching opportunity. I'm allowing natural consequences to occur. If they genuinely believe I'm dangerous enough to require containment measures, they should be allowed to attempt containment. When they fail, we'll have a more productive conversation about realistic expectations. Helen felt anger rising. You're talking about people's lives. If you're wrong if their weapon actually works, then I was wrong. And this society will have successfully defended itself against an external threat. Isn't that what you want? Not like this. Not with weapons built in secret, deployed without oversight, designed to kill. Designed to contain, Nolan corrected. The project specifications explicitly avoid lethal force. They want to neutralize, not execute, which suggests they still hope for a diplomatic resolution. How do you know the specifications? Nolan didn't answer, which was answer enough. He'd infiltrated their systems just like Violet had, probably more thoroughly. Helen tried a different approach. My family's going to the island tonight to see what they've built, to shut it down if possible. Why? Because some weapons shouldn't exist regardless of whether they work. Even weapons designed to stop people like me. Especially weapons designed to stop people like you. Because today, it's you. Tomorrow, it's us. Next week, it's anyone they decide is too powerful to tolerate. Helen moved closer. You don't get it. You're so focused on being effective, on proving that power matters more than procedure, that you can't see you're giving them exactly the justification they need to build these things. I'm giving them reality. They can either accept it or fight it. But pretending isn't an option. Reality is negotiable. That's what civilization is. Agreement to pretend certain rules matter even when we could break them. Agreement to constrain ourselves for the collective good. And when those constraints prevent you from doing good, from helping people who need it, then we negotiate new constraints. We work within the system to change the system. We don't just declare ourselves above it. Nolan was quiet for a moment, and in that silence, Helen could hear the water moving, the city breathing behind them, all the ordinary sounds of a world that didn't know this conversation was happening. Come to the island, Nolan said finally. See what they've built. Then decide whether your approach or mine has better outcomes. You're coming with us? I'm going separately. But yes, if they're going to activate their contingency, I'd prefer it happen on my timeline rather than theirs. He lifted off the ground. Midnight tomorrow. No Manison Island. Bring your family. This should be educational for everyone. He shot upward, disappearing into the night sky. Helen stood alone on the pier, wondering if she'd just agreed to something wise or something catastrophically stupid. In her experience, those two things often looked identical until the consequences arrived. She walked back to the car where her family waited. Well, Bob asked. We're going to the island tomorrow night, and Nolan's meeting us there. Is that good or bad? Violet asked. Yes, Helen said. Definitely yes. They spent the next day preparing. Equipment checks, communication protocols, contingency planning for everything from armed security to structural collapse. Edna's upgraded suits fit perfectly as always. The thermal baffles would hide them from most sensors. The communication scramblers would prevent their movements from being tracked. All very professional. All very illegal. Jack stayed with Edna, who'd insisted on taking him for the night. Someone must maintain deniability, darling. Let it be the baby who cannot testify against you. They left at dusk, taking a boat from a private marina where Bob had connections that didn't ask questions. The ocean crossing took 3 hours, the waves rougher than forecast. By the time No Manison Island appeared on the horizon, it was fully dark. The island looked different than Helen remembered from the last time they'd been here. Syndrome's compound had been in ruins, nature reclaiming what technology had abandoned. Now it glowed with activity. Lights marked new construction. The old caldera had been converted into something that looked like a launch facility. And at the center, visible even from the water, a shape that made Helen's stomach clench. The Omni-Droid. Or something like it. Larger than the versions they'd fought before, more sophisticated. Its limbs were articulated in ways that suggested learning algorithms' adaptive responses. And its central chassis bore markings that definitely weren't Syndrome's original design. That's what they built, Violet breathed. That's their solution. It's impressive, Bob admitted. Terrifying, but impressive. They beached the boat on the far side of the island, away from the main facility. Violet went invisible immediately. Dash vibrated with nervous energy. Bob's jaw was set in that particular way that meant he was ready for a fight, but hoping to avoid one. Helen led them inland through dense vegetation, navigating by memory, and the facility lights visible through the canopy. The security perimeter appeared as they got closer. Fencing cameras, motion sensors. Professional installation, recent. "I can slip through," Violet whispered. "We all go together," Helen said. "Use the suit's thermal baffles, stay low, move slow." They made it past the perimeter without triggering alarms, which either meant they were very good or the security was designed to detect different threats. Helen suspected the latter. The facility itself was partially underground, built into the volcanic rock. Entrance points were limited and guarded, but there were ventilation systems, maintenance access tunnels, all the infrastructure that large installations required. Helen stretched through a vent, scouting ahead. Found a control room, 3 technicians monitoring systems. Moved past them to a larger chamber that opened into the caldera itself. And there, standing on a platform overlooking the Omni-Droid, was Winston Deaver. Helen signaled her family to stay back, moved closer to listen. Winston was talking to someone on a video link. "Status check. All systems operational." "Affirmative," a voice replied. "AI training sequences completed. Response protocols loaded. Activation ready on your authorization." "And the target?" "No contact in the past 12 hours. Satellite tracking suggests he's mobile, but not heading toward the island." "He knows we're here. He has to know. So either he doesn't consider this a threat, or he's planning his own approach." Winston's hands gripped the railing. "I don't like surprises. Increase perimeter sensors. If anything that moves faster than a bird approaches, I want to know immediately." "Understood." The link closed. Winston stood alone, looking down at his creation. And Helen saw something in his posture that surprised her. Not triumph, not confidence, just exhaustion and fear. She made her way back to her family. "Winston's here. The Omni-Droid's operational. They're waiting for Nolan to make a move." "Is it a trap?" Violet asked. "I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe it's what Nolan said. A test. They want to see if their weapon works, and they're hoping he'll give them the opportunity." "So, what do we do?" Bob asked. Before Helen could answer, alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Red lights strobing. The technicians in the control room scrambling to their stations. "Perimeter breach," someone shouted. "North approach. High-velocity aerial contact." Nolan had arrived, and Helen suspected nothing about the next hour was going to go according to anyone's plan. Nolan descended into the caldera like a meteor choosing its impact point. No hesitation, no announcement. Just the inevitability of his arrival. The Omni-Droid activated before he touched ground. Neural networks that had been training on predictive models for weeks recognized threat parameters and responded with mechanical efficiency. Limbs unfolded, sensors locked on weapon systems that hadn't existed in Syndrome's original design, hummed to live readiness. Helen grabbed her family, pulling them back into the maintenance tunnel. "Stay hidden. Let this play out." "We came here to stop this," Bob protested. "We came here to understand it. Now we watch and learn." She positioned herself where she could see the caldera floor through an observation port. "Whatever happens next, we need to know what we're dealing with." Nolan landed in the center of the space 30 feet from the Omni-Droid. For a moment, nothing happened. Man and machine regarding each other across volcanic stone. Then, the Omni-Droid moved. It was faster than Helen remembered these things being. Syndrome's versions had been powerful, but mechanical, limited by the physics of hydraulics and servos. This one moved like thought, made metal adaptive polymers and quantum processors, eliminating the gap between decision and action. A limb shot forward, tipped with what looked like a containment field generator. Not trying to strike Nolan, trying to cage him. He dodged, but barely. The field activated where he'd been standing, a sphere of crackling energy that would have trapped anything inside. The Omni-droid tracked his movement, already adapting 3 more limbs converging on his new position. Nolan caught one limb mid-strike, his hands closing around articulated metal. Twisted. The limb resisted internal motors, fighting against his strength with calculated force. "It's learning his power output," Violet whispered from behind Helen. "Measuring how much force it takes to resist him." Unless she was right. The Omni-droid wasn't trying to overpower Nolan. It was calibrating gathering data with each exchange. Every blocked strike, every dodged attack, feeding into algorithms that refined its response patterns. Nolan seemed to realize this. He released the limb and shot backward, putting distance between himself and the machine. Assessing. Calculating his own strategy. The Omni-droid pursued, rolling on omnidirectional treads that Syndrome definitely hadn't invented. Multiple weapon systems deployed. Not lasers or missiles. Those would be too destructive, too permanent. These were containment tools. Nets woven from materials designed to absorb kinetic energy, foam that hardened on contact, sonic disruptors calibrated to interfere with inner-ear balance, non-lethal, designed to subdue, not destroy. Nolan tore through a net before it fully deployed, the material parting under his strength. But doing so cost him speed, and the Omni-droid was already compensating limbs, repositioning to exploit the momentary opening. A foam canister struck him center mass, expanding rapidly. He burst through it, but not before the sonic disruptor fired. Helen saw him flinch just slightly, his flight pattern wavering. It was working. Not winning, not yet. But working. The Omni-droid was actually slowing him down. "Incredible," Bob breathed. "I've never seen anything make him work for it." Helen hadn't either, and the implications were terrifying. If this machine could challenge Nolan even briefly, what did that mean for any super who fell outside acceptable parameters? How long before someone decided Bob was too strong, Violet too sneaky, Dash too fast? The battle continued escalating. Nolan drove his fist through the Omni-droid's chassis, but the machine was already rotating, presenting undamaged sections, while the breach sealed itself with self-repair protocols. He tried to tear off the limbs, but they detached defensively, leaving him holding inert metal while the main body repositioned. "It's not trying to beat him," Violet said. "It's trying to outlast him. Wear him down, force him to expend energy while it just persists." Classic containment strategy, but would it work? Nolan seemed to shift tactics. Instead of engaging directly, he shot upward, gaining altitude. The Omni-droid tracked him, but couldn't follow earthbound by design. Nolan accelerated building speed, then dove. The impact shook the caldera. Nolan hit the Omni-droid from above with enough force to crater the stone beneath it, driving the machine down through layers of volcanic rock. The sound was like a bomb going off a pressure wave that rattled Helen's teeth even from the tunnel. When the dust cleared, the Omni-droid was half buried in broken stone. Its limbs twitched, trying to find purchase. Systems flickering, damaged, but not destroyed. Nolan floated above it, unmarked. Adequate effort, but ultimately insufficient. Then something unexpected happened. The Omni-droid stopped trying to fight. Its limbs retracted, its weapons powered down, and from its central chassis, a holographic projection appeared. Winston Deaver broadcast from wherever he was observing this test. "Mr. Grayson," Winston's image said, I think we've both learned what we needed to learn. Nolan descended, landing on the Omni-Droid's chassis. Have we? You've proven you can defeat our best attempt at containment technology. We've proven we can slow you down, make you work for it, gather data about your capabilities and limitations. Winston's expression was weary. Neither of us won. Neither of us lost. We just demonstrated that escalation has costs both sides would prefer to avoid. You built a weapon to use against me. We built a deterrent. There's a difference. Is there? Nolan looked directly at the projection. When you aim a weapon at someone, calling it a deterrent doesn't change what happens if you pull the trigger. And when someone operates without any constraints, calling them a hero doesn't change what happens when they decide their judgment supersedes everyone else's. Winston's image flickered. We're at an impasse, Mr. Grayson. You won't accept oversight. We can't accept a power we can't influence. So we prepare contingencies, and you demonstrate they're inadequate, and we prepare better ones, and the cycle continues until someone makes a mistake that can't be taken back. Then perhaps you should stop preparing contingencies and start accepting that some forces can't be contained. Or perhaps you should stop proving you need containing. The statement hung in the air between them. Helen could see the geometry of it, the impossible shape of a problem with no solution. Two positions, both defensible, both dangerous, neither compatible with the other. Nolan was quiet for a moment, and Helen held her breath, wondering what he'd say, what he'd do. Then, where's the Parr family? Helen's heart stopped. Bob tensed beside her. Winston's projection frowned. What? The Parr family. Helen, Bob, their children. They're here, on this island. Have been for approximately 23 minutes. Nolan looked up directly at the maintenance tunnel where they were hiding. Your thermal sensors are good enough to detect normal humans. They're not good enough to detect supers using properly designed thermal baffles. But I can hear their heartbeats. Helen's accelerated breathing when the fighting intensified. Bob's muscle tension preparing to intervene if necessary. Helen closed her eyes. Of course he'd known. Of course he'd tracked them the entire time. Come out, Nolan called. This conversation should include everyone it affects. Bob looked at Helen. She nodded. No point hiding now. They emerged from the tunnel. Violet making herself visible, Dash appearing from wherever he'd positioned himself for a quick escape. The family stood together on the caldera floor, unauthorized and illegal, and undeniably present. Winston's projection turned to face them. You broke into a private facility, trespassed on restricted property. This is exactly what you should have expected, Helen interrupted. You built a weapon to use against supers and thought the most publicly visible super family wouldn't want to understand what they were facing. This isn't about you. This was never about you. It's about all of us. Helen gestured at the damaged Omni-Droid. Today, you use it on Nolan. Tomorrow, when we break a rule you disagree with, you use it on us. Where's the line? Who decides? The democratic process decides. Elected officials, legal frameworks, accountability to the public we serve. The same process that suspended us for saving people. Bob's voice was hard. The same officials who signed off on building military assets in secret, that's your accountability. It's the best system we have. Is it? Nolan had been watching this exchange with interest. Or is it theater designed to make people feel like they have control they don't actually possess? Coming from someone who refuses to accept any control at all that's rich. I accept reality. You accept comfortable fictions. Nolan looked around at all of them, Helen, Bob, Winston's projection, the damaged robot between them. But this conversation is pointless. Words don't resolve fundamental incompatibilities. Action does. He moved toward the tunnel entrance. "Wait," Helen said. "Where are you going?" "To do what I came here to do. Demonstrate consequences." Before anyone could respond, Nolan shot forward, not toward the exit, but deeper into the facility. Through the tunnel system, moving with perfect knowledge of the layout as if he'd mapped it before arriving. "He's heading for the control center," Winston said, alarm entering his voice. "Security intercept." The hologram cut out as something disrupted the connection. Then, explosions small and precise, echoing from deeper in the facility. Not destroying, Helen realized. Disabling. Nolan was systematically taking out power system server arrays, the infrastructure that made this base operational. "He's shutting us down." Someone's voice came over facility speakers. "Everything. He's destroying months of work in minutes." Helen looked at Bob. "We have to stop him. Stop him from doing what we came here to do. We came to understand, to document, not to sabotage." Helen was already moving. "If he destroys this, it doesn't end the problem. It just proves they were right to be afraid. Come on." They ran through the tunnels, following the sounds of structural damage and sparking electronics. Found Nolan in the central server room, methodically crushing quantum processors one at a time. "Nolan, stop," Helen said. He didn't stop. "This facility exists to contain me. It shouldn't exist at all. Destroying it won't change their minds. It'll just make them build another one, more hidden, more dangerous. Then I'll destroy that one too. And they'll build another, and another. And eventually they'll build one you don't know about, one you can't find before it's activated." Helen moved closer. "This isn't strategy. This is anger." Nolan's hand paused over the next processor. "You think I'm angry? I think you came here expecting them to try and fail, and you're disturbed that they almost succeeded. That for a few minutes out there, their machine actually challenged you, made you work for it, proved you're not as unstoppable as you assumed. I stopped it. You did. This time. But they got data. Learned your patterns. Next time they'll be better." Helen gestured at the destroyed equipment. "And this just teaches them to build somewhere you won't find, to prepare in secret, to stop announcing their moves." Nolan was silent, his hand still hovering. Then slowly, he lowered it. "What would you have me do? Accept their right to prepare weapons against me, cooperate with my own containment? I'd have you recognize that actions have consequences beyond immediate outcomes. You destroy this facility, you don't win. You just escalate. Make them more afraid, more desperate. Eventually someone gets hurt who shouldn't. People already got hurt who shouldn't. The tunnel, the hostages, every emergency where your system failed because it prioritized procedure over lives. And your solution is to tear down every system that doesn't work perfectly immediately. To decide that because democracy is messy, it should be replaced with whatever you think is more efficient. My solution is to prioritize what actually matters. Lives saved, threats neutralized, results over process. And who decides what matters? You always you." Helen's voice rose despite her attempt to stay calm. "That's what terrifies them, Nolan. Not that you're powerful. That you genuinely believe your judgment is sufficient authority. That you don't need anyone else's input or agreement because you're confident you're right. I've been right. So far. But power doesn't make you infallible. It just makes your mistakes more catastrophic when they happen." The facility shook. Another explosion, this one larger, coming from the direction of the caldera. What was that? Dash asked, grabbing Helen's arm. Alarms began blaring, warning lights painting everything red, and Winston's voice over the intercom tight with barely controlled panic. The Omni-Droid is self-reactivating. Emergency protocols triggered. This isn't supposed to. It's not responding to commands. It's adapting beyond parameters. Everyone evacuate immediately. Helen's blood went cold. You damaged it. When you drove it into the ground, you damaged something critical. I destroyed a machine. Machines don't heal themselves. This one does. Self-repair protocols, remember. But if those protocols were damaged, if the AI is making decisions without oversight. Helen was already running back toward the caldera. That's not a weapon anymore. That's a threat to everyone in this facility. They burst back into the caldera to find the Omni-Droid pulling itself free from the crater. But its movements were wrong, jerky, erratic. Limbs extending beyond their normal range self-repair systems, rebuilding in configurations that didn't match the original design. And its central eye, which had been methodical and calculating before, now tracked everything with twitchy paranoia. Threat detection malfunction, someone was saying over the speakers. It's identifying all movement as hostile. Technicians attempting to reach manual shutdown are being, "Oh God, get back. Get back." Screaming. The sound of metal impacting stone. Then silence. The Omni-Droid turned its attention toward the observation windows where staff were presumably watching. A limb shot forward, smashing through reinforced glass. "It's going to kill them," Violet said. "Everyone in there." Bob didn't wait for discussion. He launched himself at the Omni-Droid, hitting it with enough force to stagger its advance. It turned on him immediately, 3 limbs converging. Bob caught one, redirected another, but the third struck him in the ribs. Helen heard the impact, watched her husband tumble backward. "Dad?" Dash blurred forward, running circles around the machine, trying to confuse its tracking systems. Violet threw up force fields, creating barriers between the Omni-Droid and the facility entrances, buying time for people to evacuate. And Helen stretched, wrapping around limbs, pulling them off trajectory, doing everything she could to interfere with the machine's attack patterns. But it was learning, adapting to each of them, adjusting its responses with mechanical efficiency. Nolan had watched this unfold for perhaps 3 seconds. Then he moved. He didn't attack the Omni-Droid. He grabbed Bob, pulling him out of harm's way, caught Dash mid-run, redirecting him to safety, positioned himself between the machine and the Parr family. "Get them out," he said to Helen. "Everyone, I'll handle this." "You already tried handling it. Look what happened. I tried containing it. Now I'll end it." His voice carried finality. This is what they built. This is what happens when you weaponize technology without accepting the consequences. Now those consequences are arriving, and someone has to deal with them. The Omni-Droid launched itself at Nolan. He met it in midair, the collision sending shockwaves through the caldera. They hit the ground together, Nolan on top, hands tearing into the machine's chassis. But the Omni-Droid wasn't fighting to win anymore. It was fighting to damage, to hurt. Its self-repair systems had corrupted into something closer to growth metal, sprouting new configurations, new weapons, adaptations that made no sense but achieved maximum threat potential. Helen saw it happening. Saw the machine becoming something beyond its original design. Saw Nolan tearing it apart even as it reformed an endless cycle of destruction and regeneration. And she saw the inevitable outcome. Eventually, Nolan would win. He'd reduce the Omni-Droid to components too damaged to rebuild. But the facility would be rubble. People would be hurt. And the lesson everyone learned would be that super versus machine ended with everything around them destroyed. "We have to help him," Bob said, climbing to his feet despite obvious pain. "We have to shut it down," Helen corrected. "The AI core. If we can reach the central processor, we can trigger manual override." "It's inside the chassis. We'd have to open it up." "Nolan's already doing that. We just need to reach in while he's creating openings." It was insane. Getting between Nolan and his target while both were fighting at speeds that could pulverize human bodies. But there was no other option. Helen turned to her children. "Stay here. Shield the exits. Don't let anyone else get hurt." "Mom," Violet started. "That's an order. Your father and I will handle this. You keep people safe." "Can you do that?" Violet wanted to argue. Helen could see it. But she also saw the moment her daughter understood the math. Someone had to protect the people who couldn't protect themselves. That someone was Violet. "We've got it," Violet said. "Be careful." Helen and Bob ran toward the battle. The Omni-droid had Nolan pinned, multiple limbs converging. He tore through them, but more grew in their place. The machine had stopped being efficient. It was just overwhelming, throwing everything at him simultaneously. Helen stretched between them, creating space. Bob grabbed a limb, pulling it off Nolan. Together, they created an opening. "The core!" Helen shouted. "We need access to the central processor." Nolan understood immediately. His next strike wasn't aimed at the limbs. It targeted the chassis seam, the junction point where armor plates met. His fist drove through, creating a breach. Bob wedged his fingers into the gap, pulling with all his considerable strength. The metal resisted, but he was Mr. Incredible, and some things submitted to determination, even when they shouldn't. The chassis opened, and Helen saw the core. Quantum processors arranged in a neural network glowing with active computation. The AI that had gone from containment to threat in minutes. She stretched toward it, her arm extending across impossible distance. Reached inside, feeling for the manual override Winston had mentioned must exist somewhere in this system. Found it. A physical switch last resort shutdown, the kind of fail-safe engineers built because they knew their creations might fail. Through the switch, the Omni-droid froze. Not gradually powering down, just stopped. All motion, all growth, all threat, suddenly absent. Helen collapsed, her arms snapping back to normal length. Bob dropped to his knees, breathing hard, and Nolan stood in the wreckage, looking at the inert machine like someone trying to understand a puzzle that had just changed shape. "It's over," Helen said. "Is it?" Nolan looked around at the destroyed facility, the damaged infrastructure, the chaos they'd collectively created. Or did we just prove that no one involved in this situation should be making decisions? Before Helen could respond, Winston appeared. Not a projection this time. The man himself, running from the control center with a tablet in hand and desperation on his face. "What have you done?" He looked at the Omni-droid, at the facility damage, at all of them. "Do you understand what this means? The cost of rebuilding the investigation, the proof that everything the critics said was right." Actually, Violet called from where she was helping evacuate technicians. "I think we just proved something else." She held up her phone screen, visible. On it, footage of the last 10 minutes. The Omni-droid going rogue. Nolan protecting people. The Parr family coordinating to shut it down. "I've been recording," she said. "Everything. The machine malfunctioning, the threat it posed, and how it took all of us working together to stop it. Not Nolan alone. Not just law enforcement. Not your technology. All of us." Winston stared at the phone. "You're going to release that?" I think people should see what actually happened. Let them decide what it means. That will destroy what's left of my company, my reputation, any chance of rebuilding public trust in coordinated super response. Maybe, Violet said. Or maybe it shows that the problem isn't supers or oversight or technology. Maybe the problem is thinking any single approach can handle situations this complex. Helen looked at her daughter and felt pride mixed with concern. When had Violet become this capable? This strategic Winston's tablet beeped. He looked at it, and whatever he saw made him age 10 years in seconds. The commission is convening an emergency session tomorrow. They want testimony from everyone involved, immediate review of the suspension status, and DevTech's authorization to operate security assets. Will you testify honestly? Helen asked. About what you built, why you built it, what it became. Winston met her eyes. Will you about breaking into my facility, about everything you've done outside legal authority? Yes, Helen said without hesitation. Because that's the only way this ends. Everyone being honest about what they did and why. Let the system decide what that means. The system will destroy us all. Maybe. But at least it'll be honest destruction instead of carefully managed lies. Nolan had been silent through this exchange, watching with that analytical distance he brought to everything. Now he spoke. I'm leaving. Everyone turned to look at him. Leaving meeting, Bob said. The hearing is tomorrow. They'll want you there. What they want is irrelevant. I came to demonstrate that your systems are inadequate. Mission accomplished. What you do with that knowledge is your concern, not mine. You can't just walk away, Winston said. You're part of this. Part of what went wrong. I'm the variable that exposed what was already wrong. The reaction to my presence revealed fault lines that existed before I arrived. Whether you repair those faults or collapse into them is a choice your civilization will make. Nolan lifted off the ground. But I won't be part of that choice. I've seen how these situations end. The scapegoating, the compromise that satisfies no one, the pretense that declaring victory makes problems solved. You'll do what you always do. Find a way to convince yourselves you're in control while changing nothing fundamental. Then why come at all? Helen asked. Why save people if you don't care what happens after? I do care. But caring doesn't mean participating in your theater of accountability. I'll continue helping people who need it. You'll continue trying to regulate people who won't be regulated. Eventually, circumstances will force actual change rather than managed PR. Until then, we'll keep crossing paths and having this same conversation. He rose higher, preparing to leave. Helen opened her mouth to say something, though she wasn't sure what. But before she could speak, Nolan looked directly at her. You asked earlier who decides what matters. The answer is whoever has the capability to make their decisions relevant. That's not philosophy. That's physics. Power defines possibility. Everything else is negotiation over how honestly to acknowledge that fact. He shot upward through the open caldera into the night sky. Gone in seconds. The Parr family stood together in the wreckage, exhausted and injured and alive. Did we win? Dash asked quietly. Helen looked at the inert Omni-droid, the damaged facility, the recording on Violet's phone that would reshape everything when it went public. Looked at Winston standing among the ruins of his plan. Looked at her family battered but together. I don't know, she said honestly. Ask me after the hearing. But she suspected the aunt's answer would be the same then. Not winning or losing. just continuing. Because that's what they did, what they'd always done. They survived. They adapted. They faced impossible situations and found ways through. And tomorrow, they'd face the consequences. Together. The caldera echoed with distant alarms, systems shutting down the facility, bleeding into darkness. But overhead stars appeared as the lights failed, distant and indifferent and beautiful in their permanence. The world would judge them tomorrow. Tonight, they just needed to get home. The footage went live at 6 a.m, 3 hours before the commission hearing was scheduled to begin. Violet had uploaded it to multiple platforms simultaneously. News sites, social media video services, everywhere it couldn't be contained or deleted. The full recording from Nomanisan Island. Unedited, unnarrated, just raw documentation of what had happened when containment technology met uncontainable force. Helen watched it spread in real time from her kitchen coffee forgotten as view counts climbed into millions. The comments section became a battlefield within minutes. Some people saw proof that supers were necessary. Others saw proof they were dangerous. Most just saw chaos and wanted someone to make sense of it. "They're calling for your arrest," Bob said, reading from his phone. "Trespassing, unlawful entry, sabotage. There's a warrant being prepared." "Good," Helen said. "Let them arrest us. Let's have this conversation in public instead of behind closed doors." "What's that?" "You want to be arrested? I want transparency. Whatever happens next, it should happen where everyone can see it. No more backroom deals, no more managed narratives. Just consequences applied equally, judged openly." Bob set down his phone and pulled her close. They stood like that for a moment, holding on to each other, and the certainty that whatever came next, they'd face it together. Violet appeared in the doorway, still in her pajamas. "It's trending. #1 across every platform. Politicians are releasing statements. The commission moved the hearing up to 8 o'clock. They want to control the narrative before it escapes completely," Helen said. "Makes sense. The question is whether they'll use this as evidence we're dangerous or evidence the system's broken." "Can't it be both?" Violet asked quietly. Helen looked at her daughter. "Yes, it can absolutely be both." The hearing room was packed beyond capacity by the time they arrived. Camera crews lined the walls. Protesters outside held signs supporting and condemning supers with equal passion. And police stood ready, warrant in hand, waiting to see how the proceedings unfolded before executing arrests. The Parr family walked through it all with heads high and suits on. Not hiding, not apologizing. Just present. Winston was already there, looking like he hadn't slept. His legal team surrounded him, all sharp suits and sharper expressions. When he saw Helen, something passed between them. Not friendship exactly. Just acknowledgement that they were both trapped in circumstances neither could have predicted. The commission members filed in, faces grim. The lead commissioner, same woman from the suspension hearing, called the room to order. "This emergency session has been convened to address events at the Nomanisan facility. We've all seen the footage that was released this morning. Before we proceed with testimony, I want to establish something clearly. This commission's role is to assess regulatory frameworks for superactivity, not to conduct criminal proceedings. However, what we determine here may inform other legal processes." Her eyes swept across the room, landing on each principal party in turn. "Mrs. Parr, your family will testify first. Please approach." Helen took the witness chair. Bob, Violet, and Dash sat in the front row, visible support. "Mrs. Parr, you and your family entered the Nomanisan facility without authorization. You trespassed on private property during a classified security operation. Do you dispute these facts? No. Can you explain why you took these actions? Helen leaned forward. Because we learned that a weapon had been built to use against supers. A weapon designed and deployed without public knowledge or oversight. And we needed to understand what we were facing. You could have reported your findings to proper authorities. We did. We're reporting them now. To you. To everyone watching. Helen gestured at the cameras. The proper authority is the public. They should know what's been built in their name, what their tax is funded, what precedents are being established. That's not your decision to make. Isn't it, when we registered as supers, we agreed to oversight and accountability? But oversight works both ways. The people watching us should also watch the people building weapons to use against us. Otherwise, it's not accountability, it's just control. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. The commissioner's expression hardened. You're suggesting the commission itself requires oversight. I'm suggesting transparency prevents the kind of disasters we saw last night. Secret weapons become rogue threats. Hidden agendas create distrust. Closed systems fail catastrophically when they're finally tested. And your solution is vigilante investigation. Breaking laws whenever you disagree with how they're enforced. Helen was quiet for a moment, choosing her words carefully. No. My solution is honest conversation about what power means in a democratic society. About who watches the watchers. About whether we're building systems that serve people or systems that serve themselves. That's philosophy, Mrs. Parr. We need practical answers. Then here's a practical answer. What happened last night happened because multiple parties acted in secrecy. DevTech built weapons without public approval. We investigated without legal authorization. Omni-Man operated without asking permission. And all of it collided in ways that nearly killed people. The practical answer is that secrecy creates danger. Transparency might not prevent all problems, but at least everyone sees them coming. The commissioner made notes on her tablet. You'll be available for further questions. And for arrest, if that's what you decide. We're not running. We did what we did, and we'll accept the consequences. Helen returned to her seat. Bob squeezed her hand. Violet gave her a small smile that somehow made everything feel slightly less impossible. Mr. Deaver, the commissioner called. Please approach. Winston took the stand looking like a man who'd already lost and was just waiting for the official verdict. Mr. Deaver DevTech has been operating a classified military research facility without proper authorization from this commission. You built containment technology specifically designed to neutralize superpowered individuals. Explain your reasoning. Winston's lawyer whispered something urgent. Winston shook his head. The truth is simpler than my legal team wants me to say. We built the Omni-Droid X because we were afraid. Not of supers in general. Of one super specifically. Someone who demonstrated repeatedly that our entire regulatory framework was optional for him. Someone powerful enough that if he decided to stop cooperating, we had no recourse. You're referring to Omni-Man. Yes. Nolan Grayson, who saved hundreds of lives but did so by breaking every rule we'd established. Who proved that when push came to shove, our authority was conditional on his willingness to acknowledge it. So you built a weapon. We built a deterrent. A way to demonstrate that we weren't powerless. That there were consequences for treating our entire system like an optional suggestion. Winston's voice cracked slightly. But you're right. We built it in secret. Without oversight. Without considering what it would become if it malfunctioned. And that was wrong. Not the concept I still believe containing threats requires capability, but the execution, the secrecy, the arrogance of thinking we could manage this alone. That was catastrophically wrong. Where is Mr. Grayson now? Unknown. He left the island last night and hasn't been located since. The commissioner frowned. He was summoned to testify. He doesn't recognize your authority to summon him. He's made that clear repeatedly. Then we'll proceed without his testimony. The commissioner looked at her notes. The footage shows the Omnidroid malfunctioning, becoming a threat to everyone present. It shows Mr. Grayson, the Parr family, and your technicians all working to shut it down. It also shows substantial facility damage and multiple violations of safety protocols. Who bears responsibility? I do, Winston said. DevTech built it. I authorized the operation. The consequences are mine. Respectfully, Commissioner, Helen said, standing despite not being called. The responsibility is shared. Yes, DevTech built a weapon in secret. But we broke into their facility, and Nolan damaged the Omnidroid in ways that triggered its malfunction. Everyone involved made choices that led to that moment. Assigning sole responsibility to any one party misses the point. And what is the point, Mrs. Parr? That we're all operating without adequate frameworks for the situations we're facing. Supers have power that democracy wasn't designed to accommodate. Technology can create threats faster than policy can address them. And individuals, super or otherwise, can make decisions with consequences that ripple beyond their ability to predict or control. The point is that our systems are inadequate, and pretending they're sufficient just makes the inevitable failures more catastrophic. The hearing continued for 2 more hours. Expert testimony about the Omnidroid's capabilities and failures. Legal analysis of the various violations. Public comment from citizens with opinions ranging from arrest all supers to arrest all the people who tried to arrest supers. Through it all, Helene watched the commissioners' faces, trying to read which way they would lean. But their expressions remained carefully neutral, revealing nothing. Finally, they called for recess to deliberate. The Parr family waited in a side room, police standing outside in case arrest became necessary. Winston paced in another room, visible through a glass wall, his legal team gesturing urgently while he shook his head repeatedly. "What do you think they'll decide?" Dash asked. "Honestly, I don't know," Helen said. "We gave them impossible choices. Arrest us, and they validate vigilante action through our success. Don't arrest us, and they validate operating outside legal authority. There's no good option." "Maybe that's the point," Violet said. "Maybe showing there's no good option is what forces them to find better ones." Bob smiled. "When did you get so wise?" "I've been paying attention." Violet looked at her phone, scrolling through reactions to the footage. People are arguing about this everywhere. Not just whether we were right or wrong, but what the rules should even be. That's different from before. She was right. The conversation had shifted. Not resolved, not anywhere close to consensus, but shifted from should supers exist to how should power be accountable. It was progress in a strange, chaotic way. A knock on the door. The police officer outside gestured. "Commission is ready." They filed back into the hearing room. The gallery had somehow gotten even more packed, people standing in aisles pressed against walls. Every camera focused on the commissioners as they took their seats. The lead commissioner cleared her throat. "This commission has reviewed the testimony, evidence, and footage from the Omni-Man incident. We've consulted with legal experts, law enforcement, and policy specialists. What follows are our findings and recommendations. First, regarding the suspension of superauthorizations, we find that the original suspension was justified by the pattern of regulatory non-compliance. However, the Omni-Man footage demonstrates that in crisis situations, super capabilities remain necessary for public safety. Therefore, we recommend conditional reinstatement of authorizations subject to enhanced oversight protocols and mandatory coordination with law enforcement. Surprised murmurs. Helen felt Bob's hand find hers. Second, regarding DevTech's classified weapons program, we find that Mr. Deaver and his organization operated outside acceptable boundaries of corporate security operations. DevTech's authorization to manage super-related infrastructure is hereby revoked. The company will face civil and potentially criminal proceedings for unauthorized weapons development. Third, regarding the Parr family's actions at Omni-Man, we find that while the methods were illegal, the documentation provided serves substantial public interest. We recommend the district attorney exercise prosecutorial discretion and decline to pursue charges given the complex circumstances and the value of transparency in these matters. Helen's breath caught. Not arrest, not prosecution, discretion. However, the commissioner continued, this recommendation comes with conditions. The Parr family will submit to enhanced monitoring for a probationary period. Any future incidents of operating outside legal authority will result in permanent license revocation and criminal prosecution. This is not amnesty. This is conditional tolerance of irregular means that achieve necessary transparency. More murmurs. Helen wasn't sure if they were triumphant or disapproving. Finally, regarding Omni-Man, this commission finds that Nolan Grayson represents a category of superpowered individual. Our current frameworks cannot accommodate. His capabilities exceed our ability to regulate. His unwillingness to accept oversight makes him incompatible with our system. Therefore, we are issuing a formal declaration. Nolan Grayson is not authorized to operate as a super within our jurisdiction. Any future interventions will be treated as unsanctioned vigilante action, subject to law enforcement response. We acknowledge this declaration is largely symbolic. We cannot enforce it against someone with his capabilities who doesn't recognize our authority. But we can be clear about our position. Power without accountability is not heroism. It's autocracy waiting to happen. And we will not legitimize it regardless of immediate outcomes. The commissioner set down her notes and looked directly at the cameras. This commission recommends comprehensive reform of super registration and oversight. We recommend public hearings on the appropriate boundaries of extraordinary abilities in a democratic society. We recommend transparency requirements for any organization developing super-related technology or security measures. And we recommend that all stakeholders, super government agencies, private corporations, and citizens engage in honest conversation about what we're building and who it serves. The suspension is lifted with conditions. The investigation continues. And this community must decide what kind of future it wants regarding individuals with extraordinary abilities. This commission can provide frameworks, but the answers must come from broader democratic processes. This hearing is adjourned. The gavel fell. The room exploded into noise. Helen sat in the chaos trying to process what had just happened. Not victory, not exactly, but not defeat either. Something more complicated. Permission to continue with scrutiny. Acknowledgement that the problems didn't have simple solutions. And surprisingly, an honest recognition that power without accountability was dangerous even when used for good. We can keep working, Bob said, almost disbelieving. They're letting us keep the licenses. With conditions. Helen reminded him, with oversight, with the understanding that one more violation and we're done. Still, it's more than I expected. It was more than Helen had expected too. She'd prepared herself for arrest for prosecution, for the end of everything they'd built. Instead, they had a chance, conditional, precarious, but real. A chance to prove that power could be accountable. That transparency mattered more than perfect compliance. That the conversation about supers and society could happen honestly, instead of through managed PR and secret weapons programs. Winston found them in the corridor outside. He looked hollow, like someone watching their life's work collapse. "I'm sorry," he said simply. "For the secrecy. For the weapons program. For thinking I could manage this situation through control instead of trust." "I'm sorry too," Helen said, "for breaking into your facility. For not finding a legal way to raise these concerns." Would there have been a legal way? Be honest. Helen thought about it. Probably not. The system's not designed for what we needed to do. Then maybe we both learned something about the systems we were trying to work within. Winston managed a tired smile. "For what it's worth, I'm glad you stopped the Omni-droid. Glad your daughter recorded everything. Glad this is happening in public, instead of in more closed-door sessions where people like me can convince ourselves we're doing the right thing while making catastrophic decisions." He walked away, surrounded by his legal team, toward an uncertain future. The Parr family emerged from the building into afternoon sunlight. Protesters had dispersed mostly. News crews lingered, but Helen walked past them without comment. No statement needed. The footage spoke for itself. Their car was parked 3 blocks away. They walked together through downtown Metroville, just a family going about their day. Except they weren't just a family. They were supers. Reinstated, conditionally trusted, still figuring out what that meant. "What happens now?" Violet asked. "We go home," Helen said. "We rest. We figure out how to operate under the new conditions, and we hope that what we did matters." "Do you think it does?" Dash asked. "Matter, I mean." Helen looked at her son. "I think we changed the conversation. That's something. Whether it leads to better answers, that's up to everyone, not just us." They reached the car. Bob unlocked it, and they all climbed in. Normal family activity. Except nothing would be quite normal again. As Bob pulled into traffic, Helen's phone buzzed. Unknown number. She almost ignored it, but something made her check. A text message. No signature, but she knew who it was from. Conditional reinstatement. Enhanced oversight. Symbolic declarations of non-authorization. You got exactly what you wanted: the appearance of progress without fundamental change. Well done. Helen stared at the message. Felt anger rising, then forced it down. Because Nolan wasn't entirely wrong. They had compromised. Accepted conditions that didn't solve the core problem. Agreed to work within a system everyone admitted was inadequate. But compromise was how societies functioned. How diverse groups with conflicting needs found ways to coexist. It wasn't elegant or efficient or satisfying, but it was democratic, and democracy, with all its frustrations, remained better than the alternative. She typed back, "We got the chance to keep trying, to prove that accountability and effectiveness aren't mutually exclusive. That's worth more than symbolic purity." The response came immediately. "We'll see. Eventually, circumstances will force you to choose between your principles and your effectiveness. I've seen it happen on countless worlds. The choice is always the same, even when people convince themselves it's different this time. Helen didn't respond. No words would bridge the fundamental gap between their worldviews. He believed power defined reality. She believed people could collectively decide what reality they wanted to build, even when that process was messy and imperfect. They would continue having this argument in various forms, probably forever, or until circumstances forced one of them to be definitively right. She hoped that day never came. Because if Nolan was right, it meant democracy failed. And if she was right, it meant forcing someone that powerful to acknowledge limits he didn't accept, which could only end in violence. Better to exist in the uncertain middle ground. Keep trying. Keep compromising. Keep believing that impossible problems could have imperfect but acceptable solutions. "Everything okay?" Bob asked, glancing at her. "Yeah," Helen said, putting the phone away. "Just thinking about the future. And I think we have one. That's better than I expected yesterday." They drove home through familiar streets, past people going about ordinary lives, unaware of the morning's hearing or its implications. Tomorrow, those people would read about it, form opinions, debate on social media, participate in the messy democratic process that might eventually lead to better frameworks, or might just muddle along indefinitely. Either way, it would be their choice. Collective, slow, frustrating, but theirs. And the Parr family would be part of it. Working within the system, pushing against its boundaries when necessary, but ultimately choosing to be accountable to something larger than their own judgment. Even if that choice was harder than the alternative. Especially because it was harder. Chas, that night after dinner and homework, and all the ordinary rhythms of family life, Helen stood on their back deck looking up at the stars. Somewhere up there in the vast darkness between points of light, other worlds existed with their own problems and solutions. Other civilizations figuring out how to balance power and accountability, assuming they bothered to try. Nolan was from one of those worlds. A place where they'd found different answers, built different systems, and maybe those systems worked for them. But this was Earth. This was humanity. And they'd figure it out their own way, however imperfect that ended up being. Bob joined her on the deck, 2 mugs of tea in hand. Passed her one. Thinking deep thoughts. Thinking about choices, Helen said. About how we're going to explain all this to Jack when he's old enough to ask. The truth, I guess. That we did our best in impossible circumstances. Made mistakes, kept trying anyway. That's not much of a legacy. Isn't it? Bob put his arm around her. Seems like the most honest thing we could pass down. That the world's complicated solutions are rare. And you keep trying anyway. Because that's what it means to be part of something larger than yourself. Helen leaned into him. When did you get philosophical? I've always been philosophical. You just never listened because you were too busy being tactical. She laughed, surprising herself. After everything, laughter still came naturally. That had to mean something. Inside, Violet was helping Dash with math homework. Jack burbled happily in his playpen, occasionally phasing through objects because he didn't understand yet that solid matter was supposed to be solid. Normal chaos. Family chaos. The kind of chaos you protected. Not through perfect heroism or absolute power or even always making the right choices, but through showing up being accountable, choosing connection over isolation. Nolan would never understand that. His power made connection optional, made accountability feel like unnecessary constraint. And maybe for him it was. But for the Parrs, for most people, connection was what made life worth living. made sacrifices worthwhile, made impossible problems feel manageable when faced together. Helen's phone buzzed one more time. She checked it, expecting another message from Nolan. Instead, it was from the Commission, official notification of reinstated authorization with attached protocols for enhanced oversight and mandatory coordination procedures. Pages of regulations, requirements, conditions. The fine print of democracy. Not inspiring, not thrilling, just necessary. She accepted the terms without reading them all. They'd figure it out as they went. That's what they always did. "Ready to be heroes again?" Bob asked, seeing the notification over her shoulder. Conditional heroes, heavily scrutinized heroes. Heroes who have to file paperwork and coordinate with 17 different agencies. So heroes? Yeah, Helen smiled. I guess so. Somewhere above Metroville, Nolan Grayson watched the city from the sky. Saw the lights, the movement, the organized chaos of millions of people trying to build something together. Saw the fragility of it, the thousand ways it could fail. But also saw why they tried, why they chose complicated solutions over simple ones, why they valued consent over efficiency process, over results, accountability over autonomy. He didn't agree with it. Probably never would, but he could acknowledge it. Could recognize that for them, the struggle was the point. That building systems everyone could accept was more important than finding optimal solutions. It was inefficient. It was frustrating. It was admirable in its stubborn insistence that power should serve people rather than the other way around. And maybe in some distant future, he couldn't quite envision they'd find a way to make it work, to balance extraordinary abilities with ordinary governance. To prove that democracy could accommodate gods without becoming theocracy. He doubted it. But he'd been wrong before. Rarely, but it happened. So he would watch. He would intervene when lives were at stake. And he would continue being exactly what he was, a force that existed alongside their systems without belonging to them. Not hero or villain. Not citizen or outsider. Just Nolan Grayson doing what needed to be done in the way only he could do it, whether anyone approved or not. Below, the city continued its life. The Parr family finished their evening routines. The Commission drafted new regulations. DevTech faced investigations and lawsuits. And millions of ordinary people slept trusting that someone was watching over them, even if they couldn't agree on who that someone should be or how they should be watched in return. Tomorrow would bring new problems, new crises, new impossible choices between competing goods. But tonight, everyone rested. And in the space between night and morning, between one crisis and the next, the possibility remained that maybe eventually they'd figure it out. Not perfectly, not finally, but enough to keep going. That was the only victory anyone ever really got. The chance to face tomorrow's problems, slightly better prepared than yesterday, having learned something from the disasters that hadn't quite destroyed everything. It wasn't much, but it was enough. For now, a powerful outsider has emerged, one whose strength far exceeds anything this world has ever known. His arrival immediately pushed the global order into a state of high alert. Nolan, also known as Omni-Man, a man with Viltrumite blood running through his veins, was quick to uncover the hidden truths of this world, a top-secret government project designed to restrain supers when deemed necessary. The appearance of this new threat forced the Parr family to intervene without hesitation. Fortunately, they found themselves aligned from the very beginning. Nolan joined forces with the Parr family to rescue civilians from an unfolding catastrophe. In the end, through precise coordination and mutual understanding, They successfully destroyed the Omni-Droid facility, securing a temporary safety for the supers. As for Nolan, he departed quietly without seeking recognition, leaving behind only the consequences of his intervention.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and be sure to turn on notifications so you won't miss out future videos. Thank you for watching, and we will see you next time.